the City of Seaside City Council and its successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of Seaside. Regular 5 p.m. meeting on Thursday, August 15, 2024, in the City of City Hall, City Chambers will come to order. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Council and Agency Member Miller.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Burks.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Garcia Arizola.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Pacheco. Mayor and Chair Oglesby.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll go to item number 3, which is invocation and pledge allegiance. We will have a moment of silence, and then I would ask Council Member Alexis Garcia Arizola to lead us in the pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'll go to review the agenda. City Manager, is there any items that need to be added to this agenda? No, sir. I thank you. I do anticipate a break, recess around the 7:30 hour period if one is needed. We'll go next to item number 4. I'm sorry, item number 5, which is public comments. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council on matters underneath the jurisdiction of the City of Seaside, but not on this agenda, may do so for up to 3 minutes during public comment. This is the time to comment on presentation items. We ask that you hold your comment on items that are on the agenda until those items are called. You will have 3 minutes during that time. For the benefit of the public, it is beneficial if you state your name. Public comment is open. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Douglas McFarland, and my little team and I all live in Monterey County. We are volunteers, not spokespersons, with United Sovereign Americans, also known as USA. Together, we will read to you, as our elected representatives, an analysis of the 2022 election done by highly qualified teams using only official data provided by California election officials, and a summary of the USA resolution with our findings, the laws that apply, and a call to end inaccurate and uncertain elections. We're not here to overturn any election, but it's clear that the votes cast, counted, and certified may not all be valid and accurate under the Constitution and federal law. To summarize the resolution, it's the civil right of every citizen to have fair, accurate, and legally valid elections in which our vote is not debased, diluted, or manipulated. It's the duty of our representatives to guarantee that our elections meet that standard. Our representative system of government.
Stopped.
Sorry?
Yeah, is it recording?
Yes.
Beg your pardon. Our representative system of government only works when the following 4 tenets of an election are upheld. 1, the voter rolls must be accurate. That's the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. Votes counted must be from eligible voters, U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. The number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. 4, there can be no more than 1 in every 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. Help America Vote Act 2002. The analysis of the California 2022 general election has uncovered inaccuracies that appear to violate both federal and state laws, including over 5,886,000 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State Voter Roll database, over 2,776,000 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations, over 123,000 more votes counted than voters who voted. No one knows who cast them. Over 2,776,000 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. The maximum allowed system errors for the 2022 election in California was only 90. Certification vouches for the accuracy and legality of an election, but the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be done. Certification of the 2022 election appears to have been illegal, invalid, and in violation of the legal requirement for voting system accuracy in a federal election. To prevent future violation of our civil rights to accurate, legal, and valid elections, we call for specific remedies, including the following: proof of citizenship, identity, and eligibility, no anonymous attestation. 2, voter rolls certified, accurate, and available for public review 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to the polling place. And I'll turn it over to my friend. Thank you.
I'm Frank Troya, and I'm a resident of Monterey County, and I'd like to thank you all for your service. Number 3, hand-marked secure ballots similar to currency, where imaging technology is used for tabulation. The security features must be verifiable in ballot image. Number 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention, risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation. Number 5, adjudication must be signed off by party, candidate, and trained citizen witness with full observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must have immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote record. Ballots, number 6, ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody from voter to vote count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with proper records. An NIST compliant randomization, statistically valid end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2, must be performed by qualified, insured, and bonded auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation includes the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, vote cast records, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. Number 8, if the total of the unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held for those candidates affected unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand count, recount, and a full review of records. Number 9, waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance can be guaranteed, and only the end-to-end system compliance can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. In closing, we will present the city clerk with a written copy of the full USA resolution. Please show your support and accuracy and legal elections by signing it and adding a vote for the resolution to the agenda for the next council meeting. For more information, please visit USA website, which is unite4freedom.com. That's uniteforfreedom.com. And thank you.
My name is Linda Wallagora, and I live across the street from the skate park. And I just want to bring a few issues to your attention. It has to do with the speed of the street. There's a stop sign at each end, but people seem to jam it to get to the next stop sign. It's busy now. The schools, they're playing football, they're practice. The kids have to cross the street. There's parking provided. The parking fills up. People park in the red zone. They pull in. They can't turn around. They back out in the street. And there's no warning that there's kids. There's no speed limit sign on that particular block. And it's also a thoroughfare for the high school students. Direct line to the high school and back. Lunch today was great. Thank you. You have the best senior program.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that during public agency.
Okay.
Yeah, public comment remains open.
Good evening, Carla Lobo. During the appointment of acting city manager Borges, the community was very clear that that position needed to be filled as soon as possible. This dais assured that it was priority. As if we sit here today, it is apparent it's not. If that was the case, we would not be sitting here under the premise of a previous city manager that has cost us millions of dollars. But now it's going to cost us 3 times the amount to hire a permanent city manager. If this was the case, our acting city manager would have directed HR to post the position. If HR was incapable of doing the hiring practices for the particular position, an RFQ would have then went out so that we would have had consultants come in and do the job. Yet none of this was done. None of the set forth policies and procedures were put in place or followed. In fact, the dais stated that they directed HR themselves to go and post a temporary city manager position after hearing several community members asking to have the police chief back in the department. No, not for an RFQ, not for an RFP or the job listing itself. Yet they were qualified to make the determination of hiring practices for a temporary city manager, but were incapable of doing so for a permanent city manager. Is that what we're saying right now? I bring these concerns because we are chartering federal law practices, not only the negligence on the financial aspect, but it is business, this costing us the 3 times amount of what would have posted prior the amount of one city manager. Borges sat in that position, and as soon as he sat in that appointed position, that posting should have been done, and it wasn't. We're sitting here with an estimated 7 to 8 months discretion or temporary position. Hiring practices let you know that it only takes 3 to 4 months to hire someone. And especially if we're going to be paying a consultant firm that is dedicated to doing this and it's their specialty, and we're saying it's going to be 7 to 8 months, that's unacceptable, which is as simple as posting a position would have cost us less than what we're paying now for going out and getting a consultant agency, then having them come in, post it, have they come in and do the hiring practices and then hire someone. All of that could have been done the moment that we appointed someone in this position. So you are liable with negligence against our financial of the city. And everyone else is also a compliance to that. I yield the rest of my time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City Attorney, and City Manager. My name is Bobby Maxwell, and I am a volunteer in a lot of different areas. I'd also like to piggyback on an earlier comment about today's senior luncheon, and I'm going to give a shout out to the senior program person in charge, Roman Mobley, who has stepped up and done a really outstanding job leading that program. And thank you to Commissioner Diane Nielsen for helping, Miss Debbie, and the mayor, Mrs. Mayor, Rita Oglesby for helping, also Mayor Pro Tem. I want to talk about a young man who has been in the city employ for the past 8 years. Tomorrow is going to be his last day on the job in the city. He is moving on to further his education and career goals. And that's Alfred Becerra, who is also on our Police Activities League board. He was the secretary and the coordinator for our activities. And I just want to wish him the success in his future endeavors. Also, last week, we had our National Night Out. And I want to give a shout out to our police department and specifically Jeff Williams and April Flatley for their leadership in that program. And it was, I would say, in my opinion, was the most successful event in the most recent past years. After I was at that event, I found out that the Neighborhood Improvement Commission was having a meeting in here. So I came into this chambers and attended the meeting, and I spoke out on behalf of our Parks and Rec Commission, because I am the chairman of that commission. And I gave them accolades for them volunteering, because volunteers are our greatest natural resource. But I also voiced my disappointment in our commission not having opportunity for input into the work plan that they were doing that evening. So thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my time.
Good evening, City Council and others. My name is Diane Nielsen. I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner that is very interested in NIC and what goes on with them and how they help support other commissions with the input that they've gotten from the community about what would be good projects for them to do. And when I was at their special meeting on, I think it was July 20th, I was surprised by what I heard. I heard the liaison staff talk about what NIC was supposed to do, some of the projects that they wanted them to do. And I was thinking, well, I thought it was NIC who was supposed to be telling liaison staff what they thought the community wanted. So it was kind of like a whole turnaround to what the commission has been instructed to do in the past. And we had begun working more closely with different commissions to get more of an idea of what our community needed. One of the things they brought up was a high five where property owners, seniors, or people who have a problem cleaning their yards would get help with doing that, which is a great idea. But that wasn't one of NIC's ideas. It was a staff's idea. And then we had a restore graffiti places, painting graffiti off the walls, not on them. And I don't think that was NIC's idea either. So I kind of feel like something is happening that nobody was aware of before that meeting. It is kind of the opposite of what is supposed to be happening. NIC coming to staff liaison and staff liaison listening to them, and then they figure it out from there. That's one concern I have. The other is, I kind of forgot, I think. That's my main concern. And I hope that we can continue the way we were with getting input from the different commissions who get input from the community. And since NIC does get that much money, it's nice for them to share it with other commissions. Plus, I want to say, I was at the Hawaiian luncheon today too, and it's very fun. It's really cool to see everybody dressed up in a theme and having a good time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Oglesby, members of the City Council and City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Jonathan Amati, and I'm a resident of Seaside. As I have previously shared, I am running for District 1 of the Monterey Peninsula Airport District Board to represent Seaside, Sand City, and Monterey. Councilmember Garcia Arzola, it's a pleasure to see you on the dais again. And Councilmember Burks, thank you so much for your endorsement in my campaign. As you are all aware, there are people who run for office because they want to be someone, and people who run for office because they want to do something. Allison Kerr, the former mayor of Delray Oaks, called me a few months back and asked me to run for office. She wanted me to be aware of some of the different offices that were going to be coming up for election, and she knew of my background in public service and integrity, shared values, and compassion. She had mentioned local school board seats and water board seats, and frankly, I felt like I didn't feel qualified for those positions and told her so. And then she mentioned the airport board. A few years back, after Stacey Abrams was asked to run for Senate, she had said, and I quote, "The fights to be waged require a deep commitment to the job, and I do not see the US Senate as the best role for me in this battle for our nation's future." It wasn't enough for her that she felt like she could win that race. She wanted to do the job of governor. I found that so inspiring and courageous, and I took a deep lesson from that. The more I researched the airport board and the upcoming construction project, the more I realized I could use my knowledge, skills, and experience in service of my community. So I'm not running to be someone. I'm running to do something, to do a job. I'm running to serve my community with transparency and accountability. I want to earn your votes, and I want you to feel like I will represent your values and your vision for the future. I'm running to use my experience and knowledge of large construction projects for all of us, since the airport is a crucial part of our community's infrastructure. And I'm running to make sure that we invest in our community by hiring local workers to do the work of building our new terminal, so hardworking families can put food on the table, send their kids to school, and pay the rent. I'm running to engage in the community. And I know that starts with listening and treating people with respect. And most importantly, meeting people where they are. For those who want to know more, they can visit my website at ahmadi4theairport.com. That's AHMADI for the airport.com. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. My name is Linda Cunningham. I'm a member of the Homeless Committee, but tonight I'm here talking as a Seaside citizen. I noticed on my way here, it's going to happen. The sidewalk is going to actually be complete all the way down Canyon Del Rey. We're really close. There's just that one little section that's going to be beautiful. I want to thank the city for doing so much. I mean, they're just little things, but it really just looks so nice already. Thank you very much for funding that. I think the new fire station, beautiful. I'm very excited. That's one of the presentation topics. I'm very excited about the hotel. I can't wait to hear more about it. It looks very beautiful. It's got a very mid-century modern feel. It actually kind of looks a lot like City Hall. Kind of got a little bit of that flat roof design. I'm looking forward to hearing their presentation, and also on the fireworks. I'm looking forward to hearing about that. We are still having fireworks over by the high school. No joke. Please. There shot off a whole bunch last night. I keep calling. And I do want to also thank the city very much for your generous effort to take control of the cat and dog population by funding the SNP bus. The SNP bus is $25, spay neuter for cats and dogs for Seaside residents. And you can call or text 925-967-1001. I'll repeat it, 925-967-1001. The SNP bus, SNP. And I'm very grateful that the city of Seaside is providing this wonderful service for the citizens of Seaside. It's a great way to spend our money. Thank you so much for that. And all the street work. It's beautiful. Thank you.
City Council, Mayor, City Manager Joe Cubbage, resident of City of Seaside. And I've got a few things I want to touch on, starting with my gloves. My favorite gloves that I lost at National Night Out. And I looked around for him, asked around, and ran across officer, I believe it's either Eastlick or Eslick, and gave her description. She shot back in about 10 minutes with my gloves. So I just want to commend Chief Forges and his officer for getting me my gloves. And I also want to commend the Seaside Police Department for their new lobby that I had an opportunity to experience the other day, very zen-like. And I had a lot of appreciation for the environment that is very welcoming and approachable. For those people who are probably dealing with some very serious nature, very serious issues when they come to the police department. So I think that that's a beneficial tool that the department is providing the members of the community. I also recall in the last meeting being here that there were some statements being made about how the Seaside Police Department was very welcoming to have Chief Forges back. And I know that he did a really good job from what I hear at the with the city and acting as the acting city manager. I know he did a good job there. And I know that his commanders in both Justin Pisconi and Matthew Doza also did a most excellent job filling in for the chief while he was acting in his acting role. So really what I want to say is we owe some props to both Commander Doza and Pesconi for the excellent job that they did in representing the services of the City of Seaside's Police Department. And a young lady who spoke here earlier had mentioned something about discomfort with the process of the hiring with the city. And I want the city to know that the county is suffering right now, and it's really hard to fill a lot of positions everywhere. It's a national problem. And most importantly, Mr. Malin, I owe you an apology for my statements that I made last week. I was out of line and I wasn't the best representation of my family name, and I apologize to you. And I've also made a call to my friend, former Sheriff Scott Miller, and apologized for my mistaking his wife Jane in my statement that night. So I misstated a name, and I was out of line in the statements that I had made, and I deeply and sincerely apologize to you, Mr. Malin. And I understand that you're welcome back with open arms, and you're doing quite a good job while you're here. So I wish you the best. Thank you.
Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Public comment remains open. Thank you. Seeing no one here, no one public comments closed. Mr. City Manager, are there any questions, issues, or concerns that you can answer at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll certainly pass on the accolades for the lunch to our staff, and staff will take a look at the street near the skate park and see if we can either direct some enforcement there for speed or maybe do something else to pound that street down. I want to thank everyone for their kind words and their welcoming of me back to this lovely community.
And I know you're looking into what's going on at the NIC. Not saying that anything untoward is going on, but it's changes coming to how we operate and how we do a lot of stuff. So, but I wanted to make sure that was on the record, and I know you're taking notes of that. I do want to say the police lobby is effective. You go down there and all, you can't help but to be calm. Right, I don't know if anybody's been down there lately, but the chief of police is bringing new things to light, and that's, I would imagine that's different on the peninsula, if not the county, if not the state. I haven't been in too many police stations, but I know they're pretty just, some walls and some things on the wall, and you get processed. You handle your business. Whether you're a citizen coming in there just for a license, a dog license or not. But the way that lobby looks nowadays and the way they treat people nowadays is different here in Seaside. And it's been that way for a while underneath the chief and his leadership team. And then I do want to thank Mr. Joe Cubbage. Where is he at? Did he leave? I just want to thank him on the record. It takes a man of integrity to say when they feel they said something wrong and apologize in public. And I think more of us should be like that. And so I want to just highlight that. That was very, very, very effective for me to have him do that. And we appreciate him and what he brings to our community for being strong enough to do that. All right, thank you. Let's continue on. We'll move to item number 6, which is public agency communications. I know we have our newsreel, and I know we have presentations from CPY, and I do think that we have Dr. Luss.
Yes.
Not only is she Dr. Luss, but she's also a trustee with the local school board here. So we're so happy to have you
Thank
for
you.
anything that you may want to offer, Dr. Luss.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, to those of you that are in the council chambers, and to our public. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, this evening, actually, to just to celebrate with you the wonderful work that the staff is doing in this community. And I ditto all of the commendations that have been shared about our police department, and the seniors program is going super well at our Oldemeyer Center. But I'm here on behalf as a trustee from the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to tell you that school has opened in a great, exhilarated state. Our children are back in place. We are here to inspire excellence from all. And I'm sure many of you have heard of the school to prison pipeline, right? Correct? Thank you. So I want to talk about briefly the school to college pipeline. And this, our community, and we are really grateful to our honorable mayor, has the opportunity to be a partner with the UNICEF program in establishing for the city of Seaside a school to college pipeline. And I just wanted to alert you to that event, that partnership, and to share with you that I have graciously accepted the leadership role as the chair from thank you, Mary Oglesby, as your representative from Trustee 3. And I'd like to invite those of you that are here and that maybe are listening to contact the mayor's office or the city clerk's office if you would be interested in serving the city clerk. Contact our city clerk if you're interested in serving on this committee. We are going to have a Zoom meeting on Tuesday, MPUSD and the mayor and a few other key members of the community to just really determine what's involved. But I can tell you that we have representatives from Google, from other incredible organizations that will be donating funds to allow us to establish a committee in our community-based committee that will be awarding scholarships at the end of this school year to seniors that don't have any other opportunity but through this committee. So UNICEF and the HBCU universities are really going to partner with the city of Seaside to grant awards and scholarships to deserving seniors so that we can lay a foundation for the school to college pipeline. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't see the clock ticking, but I know that's about 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're not on no time.
Thank you, but that's about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And let's do the newsreel, and then we'll make sure CPY has all the time that they need.
Let's dip into this week's edition of Seaside City News, covering the events happening August 15th through September 5th. The city of Seaside is pleased to announce Craig Malin as interim city manager. Mr. Malin is no stranger to Seaside, serving this community as city manager from 2015 to 2021. A familiar face, fresh ideas, and forward focus are cause for excitement, and a new opportunity to ensure that Seaside continues to include, innovate, and inspire. The Friends of Seaside Parks Association is having several work days all over the city this August. For more information, including upcoming dates and locations, visit friendsofseasideparks.org. On Saturday, August 17th, Build Up Youth and Seaside Youth Resource Center present their school supply drive. This all-day event will take place at 1136 Wheeler Street and include food, games, prizes, and more. Thank you so much for your donation. The city of Seaside hopes that all the students out there are having an amazing start to the new school year. A huge thank you to the parents, teachers, administrators, and staff for the dedication and passion you bring to this community. For all you scholars out there, Seaside is cheering you on. Your positivity, focus, and hard work will lead to success, and we can't wait to see the results. You've waited all year for it. Exotics on Broadway is finally here. On Saturday, August 17th, from 1 to 6 p.m., expect the most stunning and rare show of vehicle mastery on the Central Coast, right here in Seaside. This free event includes exhibitor booths from local businesses, automobile manufacturers, wheel manufacturers, tuners, and automotive dealerships. There will be live entertainment, DJs, a VIP area, and many other surprises. For more information, including parking and shuttle locations, visit exoticsonbroadway.com. Exotics on Broadway isn't the only place to see memorable cars this Saturday. The annual Concours de Le Mans returns to the lawn at City Hall from 8 a.m. to 1:30. Described as the best place to see hoopties, rust buckets, misfits, and mistakes, there isn't anything elegant about this concourse, but the fun factor is through the roof. Celebrity judges will choose the best of the worst and pass out thrift store trophies to the winners. This event is free, so come on out and celebrate this fun family event. Please note that there will be street closures during Car Week affecting traffic in the city. The following roads will be closed from 12 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Saturday the 17th. Broadway Avenue between Del Monte Boulevard and Fremont Boulevard, and the southbound lane of Fremont Boulevard from Clementina Avenue to Amador Avenue. Thank you. On Tuesday, August 20th, the California Air Resources Board is visiting Seaside to provide insight, education, and resources for medium and heavy-duty vehicle owners and operators. CARB will discuss clean truck and diesel regulations, compliance, funding, and more. The event will take place from 8:30 a.m. to 2 at the General Stillwell Community Center. For more information, including registration, visit bit.ly/one-stop truck event. Calling all Seaside residents, how would you invest $2.2 million to address priority needs in your community over the next 5 years? A survey is now available to share your insights. The City of Seaside creates a consolidated plan every 5 years to identify community needs and priorities, and we need your help. You can find the survey link at ci.seaside.ca.us/CDBG. We thank you for doing your part to help create a better Seaside for us all. Attention pet owners, on Saturday, August 24th, the City of Seaside is sponsoring a mobile spay and neuter clinic providing low-cost services for underserved communities. This is an appointment-only event, so call or text 925-967-1001 or visit snipbus.org for more information. On Saturday, August 24th at 7 p.m., MBFC hosts El Paso Locomotive at Cardinale Stadium. It's back to school night at the pitch, so come cheer on local students and our favorite squad at the same time. This is the last home game in August, and the Union is gearing up for a playoff run. Keep an eye out for ticket deals and giveaways to celebrate the kickoff of school season. For more information or to purchase tickets directly, visit MontereyBayFC.com. On Friday, August 30th, Gold Coast Rods and the City of Seaside are co-sponsoring Hot Cars and Cool Nights on Broadway Avenue from 4 p.m. to 8. This month's featured cars and displays are British, VW, and Porsche vehicles. So get ready to take a trip through Europe right here in Seaside. The entry fee is $10. There will be live music, raffles, awards, and a cruise to Cannery Row after the show. See you out there. On Monday, September 2nd, the City of Seaside is co-sponsoring a free Labor Day concert at City Hall. At 1 p.m., the Monterey Peninsula Gospel Community Choir will perform, followed by the Monterey County Pops Orchestra at 2. For more information, including featured artists on the bill, visit MontereyCountyPops.org. The Seaside Police Department is excited to announce that the Interaction of the Month award goes to Officer Patricia Greenwood. On July 14th, Officer Greenwood responded to a domestic family situation that required her to relocate the mother and children to a safe place. At that time, she saw the family did not have proper seating for the children in their vehicle. Officer Greenwood then used her own money and purchased car seats for the children. It was an unexpected and emotional exchange. This is what it means to police from the heart. Officer Greenwood set a powerful example of what it means to be a public servant. Work like this demonstrates the value of trust and professionalism we strive for at Seaside PD. As we mark Seaside's 70th birthday in October, we want to honor the incredible residents who have helped shape our vibrant community by gathering stories and memories for a special tribute feature. If you or someone you know has lived in Seaside for 50 years or more, we'd love to hear from you. Visit bit.ly/Seaside 50 years for more information. Coastal Paving and Excavating has begun the construction of the 2023 pavement rehabilitation project for the city of Seaside. Construction includes localized pavement base repairs, pavement overlay, and concrete curb ramps for street segments throughout the city. For more information, including a map of proposed construction sites, visit the construction updates page of the city's website. We appreciate you tuning in to Seaside City News, where we work to include, innovate, and inspire. We'll be back with more exciting events to share on September 5th. Until then, be safe, live fully, and enjoy all our city has to offer. Thank you, Seaside.
Wow, a lot of stuff going on, huh? And I know that the Concourse Italiano is not free, but that is going on in Seaside. And so it's late to add that to the announcement, but we should just, make sure we talk about all the good stuff that's going on in Seaside, and some of it is not free. But then the Monterey Pops, wow, to have that in Seaside. I want to say clearly, we thank them for giving us this opportunity. And I encourage everyone to come out and listen to some good music in that genre. Well, it's people, some people like that, right? No, I'm just saying, that's the thing. The more people come out and fill in the seats out there, they know to come back next year, and we'll facilitate that and try to make it better. All right, let's keep going on with the next, and I believe the next is a CPY. Come on down.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge Torres. I am art director at CPY and Daryl Wood site coordinator with CPY. I've been part of CPY for 15 years. And I would like to, have our staff introduce themselves as well. Thank you.
Yeah, as you need to, just pull the microphone forward and adjust it. And we want to hear all of your beautiful voices.
Hello, my name is Rosalinda Macias. I've been with CPY for 7 years. I'm also the co-site coordinator at Martin Luther King School of the Arts. Thank you.
My name is Derek Tyler. I've been with CPY for about 16 years now, and I am the site coordinator at Dual Language Academy of the Monterey Peninsula.
Hello, my name is Angel Macias. I'm a high school student, but I've been with CPY for the past 4 years.
My name is Dylan Osorio. I've been with CPY with 7 years, and I'm a high schooler.
Hello, my name is Jared Ortiz, and I am a recent high school graduate, and I have been with CPY for 10 years.
Yeah, so as you guys can see, we have a long history of, students growing up in a program. I didn't grow up in a program, but I did start in high school. And once I started in high school, I fell in love with working with children. So over the summer, we had a week long full of, making gratitude art. And here we are, to express our gratitude to the city of Seaside for all your support. You've supported us for 30 plus years, and we're so thankful because of you. We're here, and we're doing the work we need to do. But I'd like to turn the mic over to Mr. Ray.
And we're almost done. My name is Ray Adams.
No, there's
Good to
no
meet-
rush.
Oh, well, we don't want to take up too much time. And this is not as a program recap. This is just to say thank you. So like Mr. Jorge said, our gratitude art as our kids worked over in the summer. We did not plan to give you all one, but it just, life works out in crazy ways. So after the kids decided which art piece they would want to recreate, each one just matched up with one of you in one way or another. So to pay our gratitude forward, we would like to hand you all a piece of gratitude art. And also in the packet itself is our statistics. Mr. Craig up there sitting. So it has our statistics as well as our newsletters. And the very last thing, so in addition to our gratitude art, we do disguised learning. So our students write thank you letters to all of our donors over the summer. And so I will hand this to the city clerk, a stack of our student letters and staff letters for you. So once again, thank you and appreciate the support.
Just to let you all know. And this is the artwork that our staff and students, they're all together in a group. They all brainstormed and came up with something special to express their gratitude, not through words but through emotions. And it's just been an amazing program we've been doing for the last few years. So thank you.
Did you guys get a picture facing us?
Oh, okay.
Sure.
And yeah.
Wasn't trying to take up all this time, sorry. Yeah.
Excellent. Fearless leader.
All right, sorry, one last thing. Since Dr. Lusk. So one last shout out celebrating Seaside's 70th year. All of our years are not something that's unique. So Sherry Hasty, our executive director, has been with us since the beginning, 35 years that we're celebrating right now, and our program director. And our program director is also not here tonight, but he is celebrating 25 years with CPY. So this is something that we pay for it and it stays in the family. So thank you again.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you guys for taking the time to come down. We know you got other things that you need to go do with your program, but for the last 35 years, CPY has been a positive influence in this community, changing lives for the better. And we can see almost half of your time in existence is standing in the room. So we can see the difference your program makes every day in every way. So we want to thank you again, and a special shout out to Director Hastings for her leadership and commitment to the young people and young adults in our community. All right. No, thank you. All right. Any council members want to say anything? Because you did get a free gift.
Thank you. Well, they exited the chambers, but I do want to direct my statements to Director Sherry for leading such a phenomenal group. I think that's a testament of your leadership and the passion that you have for our community. Not only have your students serviced the city of Seaside, but they've also extended their support to the police department as well with the mural designs and just great artwork that we've displayed throughout our city. And I just want you to know that your leadership and your legacy transcends through them, and you will have always be a leader here in the city of Seaside, and you have left your mark here. So thank you so much. And I appreciate this. So thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Burks.
Yes, thank you very much. Not just do the kids develop and grow, but each one of those young men and women I've seen start at different levels as counselors and now are leaders. And so that leadership and growing it within our own community has been amazing. So thank you for your support.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just along the same way, over the past 35 years, you see consistent mentoring. You see kids from Seaside growing up in the program and becoming leaders and keeping Seaside in a safe environment and teaching young people to stay off negative atmospheres. That's kind of how it's fighting off the negative thing. Much has turned around to become positive. And I think that leadership of the overall team, because you can't do it without a team, has changed the lives in Seaside and the Monterey Peninsula. So thank you and thank the staff for all they do.
Thank you. All right, we'll just keep moving. Thank you so much, CPY. We'll move to item number 7, which is presentations. 7A, project overview and construction schedule for the Grand Hyatt Seaside Resort Hotel on the Seaside Resort project area. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our project manager will introduce representatives from the Grand Hyatt.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney. Today, I'm happy to present Mr. Aaron Curtis and his design team, which will be providing us with a project update and presentation on the Grand Hyatt Seaside Resort.
Thank you, Adolfo, and thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I want to thank you for allowing us to share what we feel is a real pride of the portfolio in the Grand Hyatt Seaside. And I'd like to introduce a couple gentlemen that are with us virtually. My hat's truly off to our architectural team, the DLR group. They've just done a phenomenal job of drawing, but really in capturing the vision of the ownership group and creating a really inspiring structure that complements an even more awe-inspiring setting right here in Seaside. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Brian Murch. Brian is a principal with DLR Group. He's the design director leading their hospitality division. And we've been real fortunate to have him lead the efforts on this project as well. Joining him is Mr. Jeremy Holan. Jeremy is also a principal with the DLR Group. Jeremy's really the face of DLR. He serves as a project manager for the project, responsible for the coordination of the drawings, the disciplines, the multitude of design assist partners, really a truly demanding job. So with that said, unless there's any questions, before we jump into the presentation, I'll turn the stage over to Brian.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right, well, thanks for that introduction, Aaron, and thanks, Mr. Mayor, the City Council, and the members of the public in attendance tonight. We've been hard at work over this past year, I think, finalizing the design for the Grand Hyatt in Seaside. And tonight we want to share our progress and kind of the snapshot in time of where the project stands. We're really excited to get construction underway, and we're rounding third, if you will, in terms of getting that site prepped and getting everything started. So with that, we'll flip through a deck. I've got a design deck to kind of highlight at least the inspiration behind the hotel, a little bit about the site and what it represents, as well as some programming components. And then we've got a series of views that kind of take us for a tour of the outside of the building, and then back through the front, the lobby space, the public space, the meeting space. So with that, I think, like all hospitality, especially in this case, it's all about the destination it represents, right? So as we create that story behind the hotel and making it unique to the peninsula, a few things came to light, I think, as we started design. And we wanted a hotel that was really authentic in its core. It represented honest materials. It was rooted in its place. Couple that with, we're perched up on the site between the golf courses at Bayonet and Black Horse, and really understanding that awesome view shed that we have as an asset to our hotel. And so thinking about those frame moments and how we really create those Instagram moments and drama for our guests as they come and visit, or maybe locals that are looking for a nice meal on the rooftop. or visitors for the car show. And then the last thing, I think we wanted to represent the peninsula in just this upscale comfort, but something we coined along the way was this barefoot luxury. So it's not pretentious. I think it's got that warmth and welcoming character that represents your community. And I think we wanted to stitch that thread through the design as well. So a few slides that allude to a few of those themes, you know, honest materials, just a refined palette, something like natural stone that represents kind of the rocky terrain that surrounds the bay, the warmth of the wood, just to give it that residential character, and then a refined luxury. So just something in contrast to maybe some of the other hotels in the area that really makes this unique in its place. Framed views. So how do we use the architecture to really create that drama? So when you walk in the front doors, you know, having those views out over the peninsula and the bay, back towards downtown, over to Santa Cruz, and really that panoramic view that represents the pinnacle of that site. A glimpse at the material palette. So as our interior designers have started to evolve that look and feel of the interior, thinking about the furniture, not just the materials on the outside of the building, but also how it feels on the inside. So a little bit of a glimpse of all those different things coming together as a composition. The site itself, perched up on the hill, kind of at the high point. You know, as you come down McClure Way, you kind of make your way up to the peak of the site. So as you round the top of that hill, you're presented with that view. So to encapsulate that, the hotel really invites you into the front door through a porte cochere or a roundabout. And then as you enter the lobby, it's given back to you. So you get a glimpse of it as you drive up, but then as a pedestrian and you enter that lobby space, it really just builds that anticipation. The architectural massing was a bit of a challenge per se. You could see how long and drawn out the guest tower is. You know, our limitations on height was based on the tallest tree on the site. So we've been, you know, dealing with just how we can stretch that out and really create a framed view. So you see how the building creates a courtyard in itself. Also trying to segregate the uses of the public space for the lobby, the back of house, and all of the meeting space that we're going to have as part of the asset. So as we take a tour of the exterior, this is a view kind of as you approach from McClure. So the building starts to screen a little bit of that view, but it creates that welcoming and inviting front door. You know, with architecture and interiors, it's all about that, you know, setting the tone or setting the stage for what's inside. So no different here. We really wanted the architecture to be a little bit dramatic. You can see the guest tower peeking around the corner and some of the guest rooms with both golf course views as well as views out over the bay. A little bit more of a close-up view. We know it rains from time to time. We wanted to give some shelter at the front door as we create that approach. And then a shot kind of looking into that lobby, and we'll spin around and come back to this before we go inside. This next shot, if you turn about 180 degrees, is that courtyard space in the back of the building. So the event space in terms of the ballroom, some of the junior ballrooms, the roof deck, everything we're trying to accentuate from a view standpoint really comes to life, I think, in our venues that we're creating. And then having that indoor-outdoor connection, being in Northern California and that temperate climate, how do we create outdoor opportunities to couple with the meeting space just inside? And then the guest room tower, really just trying to give everybody an opportunity to enjoy that weather, right? So the privatized balconies, you can see that lace the rooms. The guest rooms at the top of the building having that big view shed out over the bay. The ones down below sharing that experience with the courtyard. Here's kind of another view looking past it. So you can start to see the top of the building where the signature restaurant will be placed, using that as a full opportunity to take in that view and watch the sunset and celebrate a special occasion or just having a drink with a friend. No, Grand Hyatt isn't grand enough without its own pool. So in this case, just, using this as an opportunity. So directly to the south of the site, you've got a large luxury pool, some cabanas, lots of places to soak up the sun. Maybe while the guys are out doing a round of golf or, enjoying that spa that's just inside. Here's another view looking out as it kind of shares the vista with the golf course. And then coming full circle back to the front door. So if we step inside, the architecture starts to marry itself up with the interior. So using that same kind of warm material palette, a refined style, you see that stone really becoming a honest material that starts to help frame that view. So everything kind of happening as you enter the hotel to really build that drama. Another shot looking past the bar as the centerpiece of that lobby space. Then a plethora of restaurants. So just to the right of that main lobby space is a restaurant that would be our 3-meal restaurant. The signature restaurant's up on the roof, but this one's just adjacent to the lobby. So being able to share that rooftop just above the ballroom, being able to host events and really showcasing that view. This is kind of a little bit of a site plan or a test fit, I would say, for our signature restaurant. I think we're working with our partners at Hyatt to really refine and brand the restaurant as its own independent destination. So just looking at seating capacities, indoor, outdoor space, how we can take full advantage of the weather that's there and creating a year-round destination for not only the community, but our visitors as they come and see the hotel. Here's a view looking down the main pre-function space. So this would be the preamble to the meeting rooms that flank this area from the left and the right. The next shot represents kind of that grand ballroom. So a large capacity venue that we can host events year round. And then being able to share that indoor-outdoor connection with some windows to bring some natural light into that space. So lastly, heads and beds, which is the goal for our hotels a lot of times, is the guest room. So here's a shot as you enter that room, the veranda, as you can see just outside. So that balcony and the view out over the ocean. As you kind of enter that room, you can see just a nice refined palette, a little bit spa-like and calming. We wanted to create this respite, from just thinking about the Hyatt, the Grand Hyatt, and what it represents and the destination itself along the coast. And then lastly is the presidential suite. So just thinking about that end cap that's at the top of the building, it's 4 bays wide. It's got plenty of room for friends and family. But more importantly, the drama of that space. You could see the living room, the operable partitions that open it up and invite the ocean air into the space. Lots of room for entertaining and fun for everyone that comes to visit. So that's the big picture. So I'll turn it back over to Aaron or anybody else that might have some questions. But thanks everybody for giving us the opportunity to share the progress.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Brian. It was certainly entertaining. Any questions if you have any?
Thank you so much. Any questions from Council Member Miller?
Well, my only question was the timeline where we're at with if this is going to be coming up soon.
Aaron, can you take that question, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, soon. We believe soon. Obviously, it's our job, my role for representing the ownership group to get this thing ready. We had a great pre-construction meeting this morning with the chief building official, department heads, our Sun construction team. So we've essentially got a green light on the project. We're waiting for the ownership group to finalize some of the contracts and get that information back. Some of you may be aware we have a grading permit that's ready to be issued. Precise grading, I think, is all but ready with a few conditions. I believe maybe this week, early next week, we have our foundation package and our building comments coming back. So It's really been a feverish pace, and I tell you, I've got to give accolades and respect to the city staff for helping us. The city staff has been great to work with. Building official has been wonderful in helping us get across the line here, and it's just been phenomenal at how quick all of this has happened. So we anticipate issuing an NTP very soon and seeing some mobilization very shortly.
In addition to that, we do have a date set for the groundbreaking ceremony, which would be September 16th, I'm sorry. September 16th is the date that we have reserved for the groundbreaking ceremony.
For the council, you mean?
That's a groundbreaking ceremony, yes, for the project.
Yeah, for the community.
For the community, yes.
Yeah, yeah. It was a good question, but it's just a regular groundbreaking for whoever wants to come over there.
Correct.
Okay. Any question? Any other? Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, one, thank you very much for getting the name Seaside in the forefront of the project. All of us that are residents of Seaside are very proud of that. And you may have mentioned this, but you just talk a little bit. I'm sorry. So just thank you for the name Seaside in the appearance of it. I think it's a significant star for the city of Seaside, and we look forward to that. My only question is, and I think you might have mentioned it, can you talk about how many rooms are there and how many restaurants and what's the seating capacity for conferences, if you know that, or a ballpark?
In terms of number of rooms, I believe, and Aaron, you can correct me, it's slightly over 330 rooms, I believe. Seating capacity, Aaron?
Yeah, you're correct, Adolfo. We're at 330 keys, all balconies. Seating capacity is just under 5,000 for our grand ballroom. And I think, Jeremy, if you're on the call, you may have some further details. He's in the plans.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think about the grand ballroom itself is roughly about 1,600, but overall the meeting capacity, I think, is roughly, with all the balconies, terraces, and all the wonderful spaces for your guests, I think is in that 3,000 range, I believe, somewhere in there.
I think it's really exciting to see all the rooms having balconies and views. I think that's tremendous. Get it done so I can to spend the night. I look forward to that.
We put a couple doors on the ballroom big enough to get a car or two in there as well, so we can be an active participant in the car show.
There you go.
Councilmember Garcia Zone.
Just one question just as a refresher for the community. Do you know the estimated number of job opportunities and job growth that this will have into the region?
I don't have that estimated number. The last time we spoke with the primary contractor, looking around just slightly over 400. I do know that
new jobs.
Jobs, correct. They will be holding a couple of hiring events here locally to hire local here in Seaside as the project progresses and we get into the construction stage.
Perfect. And the potential economic impact that this will bring.
Well, it will, of course, increase our tourism. We will be able to take advantage of our PGA 5-star PGA rated golf course. And so there will be the transit occupancy tax, which is estimated to be around 2.5 million annually, approximately. So all of the benefits of having a Grand Hyatt in the city of Seaside.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else had any? Did you have anything? I'm sorry. First of all, city manager, did you have anything you want to add to? Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just double checking something.
Okay. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation. It's been a long time coming. It looks beautiful to me. And I just want to confirm, it might have just been the echo in the room, but you did say roughly the conference center is roughly about all rooms together is about 33,000.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. No, it looks beautiful to me. At the end of the day, it's a Grand Hyatt, right? And then I know that was the vision of the council that was before us many decades ago, and we're just trying to push forward that vision of the community had when the former four-door closed. When I met with Mr. Greg Ogle, I think it's 3 or 4 years ago, that's what we discussed. This rough diamond, that just needed to be polished up between our two golf courses. And I'm just so glad that they seen that vision that the community seen 30 years ago when four-door closed. And so we look forward to the groundbreaking and we look forward to, construction when it begins. And then, of course, I guess one day it will be, you have something else?
After you're done, yeah.
No, I'm not done. Go ahead.
Okay, just a quick thought and kind of along that same line. 20 years ago or 30 years ago, this is a fantasy. And I think we've been fighting this or pushing for this to happen. And I think in the mayor's leadership, this has become a reality. And with this past council and the council before, we've really been pushing with a lot of promises way back when. This mayor, this team has brought it to be here. And I think the mayor deserves a lot of recognition for pushing the envelope along with the council to make it, you can almost feel it now. I'm not sure I could feel it yet, but it feels real close. And I think it's part of that leadership and this team and the team before to make it a reality. So I just wanted to recognize you for that. I'm sorry.
I'm glad I let you go. No, but I'm glad he said that because the thing is, this is reality. These guys are taking out their permits, right? They're paying their fees. They don't pay fees unless they're going to go forward, and there may be a little hiccups along the way, but this is it. This is the real deal. But when you say the council before us, what I want to say is, is the vision from the community back in 91 of when they were talking about closing this thing down of what that golf course area could be. And each council stayed together, and this council stayed together along turbulence times when we could have just, said, hey, let's just put well, I won't denigrate any other hotel, right? Let's just put up something up there to get something up there so people can stop asking us why nothing is up there. But, lo and behold, this came to fruition. And this group, the ownership group, this is what they bring to communities. So we were lucky that they stepped up because it could have been another group and they wouldn't have been able to get a Grand Hyatt. So I want to thank the ownership group and team, and I want to thank their team as architects and administrators and overseers of the work. And then, of course, our team here, Adolfo has been overseeing this, and city attorney's been working these staff conversations for the last two and a half years. And so you got us to this point. So we appreciate you, Adolfo, and your hard work. I wanted to make sure I go last after the mayor pro tem and want to thank him. But he said he wanted to be the first one in one of those rooms. See, what he said was the presidential suite. That's the one you need to get. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. But that's the thing that we'll have in this community, and we have the citizens to thank for continuing the vision and the mayors that came before me. And I'll lay out a little bit more at the groundbreaking. But thank you so much. We'll move the agenda forward. Thank you. That concludes this item. We want to thank those that attended by Zoom. Thank you guys for taking the time to come out into your offices and living rooms. Next, we'll go to presentations number 7B, City Manager.
Thank you. Our project manager will introduce Mr. Arriaga.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, members of the public. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. John Arriaga with JEA and Associates and his team, who will be providing the City Council and the public with an update on the legislative track.
Well, thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to give you an update, a briefing on what we have been doing with you in the city of Seaside. First of all, I want to tell you that it's so nice to come into a meeting like this today, because I know they're not always like this, where they're so uplifting and you with the compliments and so forth. It should all make you feel good because with what's going on with the development, with the people that came up before to thank you and so forth. These are the days that when you got elected, you were hoping you could bring to your community, and I think you've done that. So congratulations. We were brought on board back in late October, November, and to work with the city and the council members, the staff, and so forth, to develop a legislative program, but not only a legislative program at the state level, but also at the federal level, and to do outreach with our legislative members and to help you in developing and seeing your visions through to fruition. And it's been a pretty good start. And so that's what we wanted to do today is give you an overview of what we're doing, both at the state and federal, the legislative side of things, the outreach, and then what we have in mind for the future. With me today, I brought our team. Lori Johnson will give you a legislative update, and then that'll be followed by myself and then by Erica Arriaga to also talk about some of the things we have planned for the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lori.
Oh, I don't trust myself with the clicker. Good evening, Mayor Oglesby, council members, City Attorney Damon, and welcome back Interim City Manager Malin. I'm going to provide just a brief overview of where we're at. We are at the final stretch of the 2023-24 legislative session. They returned from recess a month long. On August 5th, we have exactly 16 days until they adjourn for the year. Since January, there was an introduction of over 2,600 bills, and thanks to your talented staff and working through whittling those down, we put together a great legislative program and track and took some positions on some very important bills, especially in particular dealing, with our legislators and the environment. I would like to say that these numbers are right, but as of 2 hours ago, they have completely changed. We had 2,600 bills. Then it went to 1,300 bills as of yesterday. Well, the fiscal deadline was tomorrow, but they meet on Thursdays. And it was the largest, and pardon me, we use very kind of interesting terms, legislative terms, the highest kill rate that in my 27 years that we have seen from a fiscal committee. We were averaging over 66%. So out of 830 bills, we are now at 200 and something fiscal bills. Now, why is this? Well, I'm not going to tell you anything new. We have a $56 billion 2-year structural budget deficit. Before the July 1st deadline, the legislature passed and the governor signed a $297 billion budget. In it were $16 billion worth of cuts, and that is a 7.9% reduction across the board on the state. We have cuts to corrections. We have cuts to student housing. We have cuts to broadband. And some people use the word cuts, but the administration and the legislature would like to say that this is deferred, this is delayed, this is reduced. And the administration that is very different is that they do multi-year budgets. And so a lot of this money was promised on the prior budgets when we were doing very well. This is the first time in many years that we have touched the rainy day fund, which we are taking a $12 billion siphon from that. Also, June 27th was the deadline for all ballot measures and initiatives, and we have 10 on the ballot. Prop 1 or 2 through 6, those are initiatives, constitutional amendments passed by the legislature. And then the rest are ballot measures done by signature gathering and whatnot. At this time, in the local government sphere of influence, where you have the counties and cities, there are 4 that they are looking at taking positions on. The first one would be Prop 4, which is going to be your climate bond.
Early on, due to our budget deficit, we had a $20 billion bonding capacity, which they utilized in an education bond and a climate bond. And they are recommending a support. The next one is Prop 5, which this was passed about a year ago, which was ACA 1, which lowers the threshold from 2/3 to 55% for infrastructure, especially housing, transportation projects. And then the ballot measures is that they will be looking at taking support is Prop 35. So prior years, you have a managed care organization tax, and this is basically a tax upon the ratepayers of managed care organizations that are supposed to go back into medical care to offset administrative Medi-Cal costs and all of that. In recent years, it's become a $5 to $6 billion flexible general fund. So you have the Medical Association, the Hospital Association, basically saying, we'll let you have a little slush for a little bit, but on the out years, it needs to go back to what it was dedicated for. And then lastly, you know, you guys are very familiar with the hot topic issues, unfortunately, of retail theft, fentanyl, and trying to get a grip around this. And this is going to increase penalties for theft and drug trafficking and add fentanyl to some of the categories that are increased penalties. So that is where we are right now. And the next 15 or 16 days should be very interesting. I don't think they will be working till midnight on Saturday with the bills that they were able to cull from the herd. So I will turn it over to John. We'll take questions at the end.
All right, thank you, Lori. Once again, I want to focus a little bit on some of the things we've been doing at both the federal level and in the way of outreach. If you look at the next, if you look at the beginning of the year when we were brought on board, we met with the mayor and council member and.
Talking to the point, you can pull it over close.
Okay. Yeah, met with the and staff and so forth to prioritize things. So we just weren't taking a gunshot look at everything. We were actually focused on priority issues. We identified 4 priority issues that we've been working on throughout the year, having to do with the water issue, having to do with the four-door chapel, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then also the parks and recreation. And I believe it was roads and so forth was the last one. So what we've been doing and on our part is making contact with our state and federal legislators and the staff to share with them what these issues are and so forth. We worked with the city and staff to develop a legislative platform back in December, which I believe was approved in January. And that again is another tool that we can share with our state and federal legislators so that they know what's a priority for you from a legislative standpoint. We have been scheduling a number of meetings with our state legislator, our delegation, and have been meeting with them in Sacramento and staff and so forth. And we're in the process of scheduling other meetings in the near future. You know, as we've talked about a legislative workshop here for the city sometime late fall or early 2025, where we will bring our legislators both at the federal and state level here to Seaside to talk with the council members and staff and so forth about what your priority issues are. Going back to the Fort Ord issue, the chapel, you know, that has been an issue that's been talked about for quite some time in an effort to make use of that building that's vacant right now and use for the military history, for arts and cultural type of activities and so forth. That discussion has been ongoing. Congressman Panetta's office, we've been working close with them. In fact, they will be here next week, his staff, for a briefing and a tour and so forth of what's going on there. So that's an issue that we continue to work on. The drinking water, the wells and so forth, we have been working on that as well and seeking funding for that side. And I think you'll see in the next slide the dollars that we've been working toward getting that. Also with the parks and recreation, you know, creating more access, more avenues of to get to those parks and make use of them and so forth. And then you know, the ongoing issue with the firefighters. The fire station was the last one that we've been been working on and identified as a priority issue. So next slide. What we've done we've applied at both the state level. We submitted a request for funding, but as Lori said, there's with a deficit of $56 billion, there wasn't any this year. But in speaking to our legislators, we've learned from our past experience that you got to go in it for the long run. You share the information provided to us by the city of what your needs are, the dollar amounts that are needed, and so forth, and lay it out there so that when things do turn around, and they will turn around, we've gone through these ups and downs for years, then we are in line for our share for the city at the state level. At the federal level, we put in requests for the earmarks. And normally that process is early in the year, the U.S. senators and congressperson who represent you here as Congressmember Panetta will put out a request for earmark request. The city submitted two of those. One was it was actually a $2.3 million request for the San Pablo Bridge area. What happens is it goes to the appropriation committees. They whittled it down to $2 million. The other request was $3.2 million for the new well, and that was whittled down to $1.105 million. The good thing is that, like I said, we've gone through all the various subcommittees. The appropriation committees has now submitted this to the budget. It's in the federal budget now, and the next step is to have it final approval by Congress, and that we haven't had an on-time budget since 1996. I don't see that happening this year, but hopefully it happens sometime in the month of December after the elections. It doesn't. Usually the numbers that you see there stick, although there's always that possibility of another haircut. So those are some of the monies that we're looking forward to for 2020, the end of this year, 2024, for 2025. And those are the items at the state and federal level that I wanted to share with you. Now, Erica, I'll turn it over to you.
If I can get this right. Okay. Hello. Thank you for having us. Erica Arriaga. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we can look forward, looking ahead. So for the legislative team, we plan on providing you this fall after the excitement of the legislative session is completed. This fall, we'll continue working on everything for you. It's an important time for us because it's really where we gear up for the next year. What you can look forward to is an annual report from J.A. and Associates. It'll give you a highlight reel of all of our achievements, some of the challenges, and some of our suggestions that we want to talk to you about and recommendations. What you can also count on is our fall engagement. That's with you, the council, where we'll be talking to you about your legislative priorities. As John mentioned, we did work on a legislative platform with you, and that's moving forward. That's a living document that if there's any changes that need to be made to it, if there's any new priorities that need to be put on that document, we will certainly share that. Again, we share that with our legislators and anyone else, stakeholders that need to know what your priorities are for the year, legislative platform. But we are going to go over the legislative priorities with you. So the platform is something separate. That's that sort of broad discussion, but the priorities are those highlighted topics, whether it's housing, transportation, very specific projects and things like that, that you'll be working on throughout 2025. What you can also count on us for is that planning for the 2025 legislative visits. So whether you're coming down for the Cal Cities Legislative Action Day, or if we schedule one for you individually, that's what we'll be planning for. So with your legislative delegation, and also you can count on those federal meetings as well. We will also be planning the 2025 legislative workshop. John and Lori will be working on that with you to make sure that you have everyone come to you here in Seaside. And that's really exciting. You'll be able to talk to those federal leaders and your state leaders as well. I know there's a few specifics that John wants to go over with you, so I'll turn it back over to him, and we look forward to the fall and getting all your information and your priorities geared up for 2025.
Thank you, Erica. So I just wanted to mention that we do have a number of things coming up so far. I mentioned the upcoming meeting with Congressman Panetta's office here in the at City Hall and the district. Earlier in the year, we had the regional director for Senator Padilla's office, U.S. Senator Padilla's office, come here also for a briefing and a tour of the area. We have a couple meetings scheduled already. We'll be meeting with Senator John Laird in September. We'll be meeting with Assembly Member Don Addis in November, and we will be doing other meetings throughout that time. We'll also be talking about 2025 and the meetings that we have coming up. Obviously it's important for us to have that face-to-face contact with the members on a regular basis, knocking on the doors, telling them what your needs and requests are. But it's just as important for you as a council member and as a mayor to let us know what your issues are, so that we can carry that, but also join us for those meetings with the legislators. Like I said, they see us all the time, but it's you that they have a lot of respect for, and they'll listen to you. So we'll key you in as to prime times to visit, whether it's in Sacramento or Washington, D.C. So with that, I'll end our report and take any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Councilmember Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a question, but I do have a praise on the bridge. When I was a commissioner for the city, we just wanted to paint the bridge. And now to hear that we could potentially be getting $2 million from the federal government to replace the bridge is just music to my ears. Thank you for your hard work on that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I appreciate your report and your time. And probably that I like specifics, and you ran by some numbers and some programs, I think, pretty quick. Can you talk a little bit more about, I think you said parks and some funds for the wells and the bridge, but it was real quick. And is it just the federal government or is it the state government as far as significant impact to the residents?
It's right now we're looking at the federal dollars. Right now, we're more likely to get those federal dollars that might be available. At the state level, like I mentioned, the deficit is a problem now. So we'll continue putting in the requests, but I don't expect anything this year. The only other thing that we can look for are grant opportunities, and as those come by, we'll share them with staff and work with them.
And then I think I heard Councilman Miller talk about $2 million for the bridge. I think you said, is this any funds that be it the federal government for the well or the parks? Did you touch on that?
Yeah.
Real quick.
We talked about the 1.1 million, 105 million for the well that would go toward the well. And I know Adolfo can go over it a little bit more as far as not only the dollars, because this doesn't cover the whole cost, but it's certainly a big chunk of that amount. The other $2 million, again, I don't know how far that goes. So we were asking for 2.3 million, so we're pretty close.
And does that? So that's gone appropriation.
That's already gone and been approved in appropriations, and now it's part of the proposed budget, which will hopefully get passed shortly after the elections.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. And we hope to come back on a regular basis. I know it's important for you to hear from us as to some of the things we're working on, and so we'll try to do that at least a number of times a year.
Yeah, that's fine. We look forward to it. There's a couple of comments about the amount of money, and like you said, that money right now is in the federal budget, and it may be cut out. That's something at a higher pay grade. Mm-hmm. But what I want to highlight is, I'm not sure how long before we ever had anything in the federal budget. So that's the significance of engaging your organization and your consultancy, is to advocate for the city of Seaside and make some things happen. And since you've been here, I forgot the lady's name, but Senator Padilla's, what was her title again, John?
She's a regional director.
Regional director. And the only reason why I bring it up is because I want the community to see. I think she's in charge of like 6 different counties.
Counties, yeah, in California, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, and I think she said she's never really been over here to this.
Well, and you know what? I think a lot of times, the locals either don't take that opportunity because, we've got 2 senators for the state. They're, responsible for the entire state. So they got a lot of constituents. But it doesn't hurt for us to reach out and, we're already looking, whoever it may be, for the other U.S. Senate seat to start developing those, relationships and get them over here as well.
Yeah, and it takes time. My point is, if we don't have you advocating for us, then I think the city manager is doing the calling, right?
Yeah.
And right now, I think it's 584 cities.
Yeah.
Right. And so it makes a difference when you have a specialist, making those calls for you. And I'm just saying already, you have brought things to bear, and we appreciate it. And we're talking about the long haul.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to put the city of Seaside in position to do is every year you're not going to get anything.
Yeah.
But you're not going, what is it? The closed mouth don't get fed.
Yeah.
And the object is to always have this conversation with our legislators to tell them what we need. And sometimes it's not money. Sometimes it's, make a call for us.
Well, exactly.
Check on something for us. That's the way it works. That's your job, to be honest, right?
Yeah.
But it's too much to have the individual cities call. So I'm just saying we appreciate you, and I see all the things that you have brought to bear already, and we look forward to the next update. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
All right. Next we'll go to item number 7C, 4th of July after action report, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our chiefs are ready, willing, and able to deliver their report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, city manager, city attorney, Nick Borges, Seaside Police Chief. In just a moment, I'm going to have Commander Pisconi come forward, and he's going to share specific details about our after action report for our 4th of July enforcement operation. But it's important that I highlight just a few key things here. Number one is that we had 72 more calls for service than we did last year. We had a total of 232 calls for service related to fireworks. Of those, 140 were from hotlines and 92 from dispatch. I highlight that because this tells us, even though we still have a continued problem of fireworks, our community is calling us. So we appreciate that our community members are putting trust in us to call us to continue to work on this problem. We also seized 287 more pounds of illegal firework this year than last year. In fact, we seized more fireworks in terms of pounds than the last several years combined. We added 12 security officers to help us out with some of our enforcement and eyes on the street, as well as education for the Safe and Sane ordinance that was passed. We added parking enforcement to work throughout the evening. They issued quite a few citations to address some of the parking issues that commonly happen during the 4th of July. And we added a drone, thanks to our budget. But fireworks remain a problem. They still remain a challenge for us. We're still continuing to work hard on it. We come up with new ideas each year, but I have to credit the city of Seaside, our mayor and city council. We get so much support, and we truly do more than any other city in our region and really afar. We get phone calls every year now from other agencies, even out of county, asking us what we're doing for help, for guidance, because the word is already out that Seaside does a great job. It's not perfect. It's not complete, but we are doing things that we're seeing results with. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Commander Pisconi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, members of the public. My name is Justin Pasconi. I'm a commander for the Seaside Police Department. I'll be going over the operation portion of the presentation. And I'll start off with next slide, please. I'll start off with our fireworks special detail with 20 additional police department staff members. I'll go ahead and break that down for you. We had 3 command staff members, our chief, 2 commanders, 2 sergeants, 9 officers, 1 detective, 1 CRS, 1 PCS, 1 ACS, and 2 records technicians. We had 5 additional firefighters, 5 drone pilots, and 3 drones deployed. We added, as the chief mentioned, 12 security Condor officers. We used an outside agency's command vehicle, which was a command van as our incident command.
We had record staff answering hotlines via text messages and phone calls. And we had county communications, also known as our dispatch center, answering phone calls for service. As the chief mentioned, we did have a significant increase for calls for service. I won't go into that since our chief already gave us the numbers on that, which was 232, and the breakdown is for you on the screen. To add to that, we had parking enforcement this year specifically. We had 18 citations. We also had our animal control officer or specialist, excuse me, respond to 7 loose dogs in which he took possession of. We had 6 arrests that were not fireworks related. Some of those arrests consisted of warrants, domestic violence, traffic related arrests to include DUIs, and our officers also responded to multiple collisions that evening. We had a total of 56 administration citations. 32 of those were from our drone. 24 were from on view from Condor Security and our officers on the street. And we had a total confiscation of fireworks around 360 pounds. The fire department had an increase in calls for service from June 28th to July 5th. Compared to last year, they had 76, they had 81 this year. And fire-related calls for service were down from 11 to 6 this year. As far as the fiscal impact, the police department overtime was close to the same as it was last year with $20,694.96. Fire department overtime, $14,782.32. The addition of Condor Security, it raised our expenses $10,400. We have Public Works, which was $6,742.95, which gives us a total of $52,620.23 compared to last year where we had the police department, fire department expenses added, and that was $35,224. So with the addition of Condor Security and Public Works, that's why it's this significant increase. Our expenses this year, like I just mentioned, $52,620.23. Revenue to the city was $20,553.48, which gives us a fiscal impact of $32,066.75. So recommendations moving forward, and that's a typo, should say for 2025. Want to continue to utilize private security as funding allows. Focus more efforts on drone operation and possibly add more drones if we can. Publicize locations, receiving admin sites on social media in real time to give people an opportunity to stop further violations. And what I mean by that is not to post specific addresses, just general areas, so we don't single out an individual or individual family. What's not mentioned in the slide also, throughout the year, we will send out letters to residences that keep participating in illegal fireworks. We can do that by our flock detection. From there, it will alert us to a general area. Once we're alerted to that general area, if we're still getting detections from our flock system, we can focus specific patrol with our drones to that area and have a specific location sought out and take care of that issue. And with that, I am done with the presentation and I'm here for questions.
Thank you so much. Questions? Councilmember Garcia is over.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Out of the 56 citations that you all gave out, how many were given through the usage of drones?
32.
32, so significant amount. How many of those given citations were under the age of 18 or youth?
I don't have that number, but I can get that to you if you need that.
Okay. And I think that should be it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On slide 7, the gross sales 241,612. Last year was like 291, $50,000 reduction in gross sales. Do we have any idea why that might be?
I can't speak to that. I'm not sure. This is the Safe and Sane sales. I'm not sure what the cause of that is.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a quick statement. I drove around on the 4th of July for a couple hours and I want to congratulate you for all your hard work. I witnessed countless illegals, which we all did, but I also noticed a lot of nice areas where families were playing with the safe and sane. There are large groups of people that were enjoying themselves. And I think that had some good. I saw the excellent work. I think the obvious illegal fireworks were throughout Seaside. I did notice an improvement from what I seen on the 3rd and before and the 5th afterwards. I saw significant improvement for me personally when I'm driving around at night. So congratulations on that. If we can stop the 4th, I think that's kind of a mission impossible, but I know it's truly a challenge. The question though is, I think citations have value as they are a deterrent. But I think it's important that we collect the fund, enforce the rules in order to be a deterrent. How many 56 citations, how much has been collected to date on the citations?
I refer to the city attorney for the exact amount. I know some have been paid, but the word is out. The word is out. Last year, we had people that thought we were not being honest about these fines. They learned that we were being honest. We collected some last year, and I know the city attorney, I met with her this afternoon. And I know there's already been some that have been collected and a process already underway.
Can the city attorney give us because I talked to her earlier today, more of a, what she knows as far as the collection of the fines?
Through the mayor. Yes, thank you for that question. So far, the city attorney's office has input into our collection system 31 out of those 56 citations. The drone citations take a little bit to codify them and get them upstairs to my office so that we can process them. Of those 31 for 2024, only one has paid so far. 3 citations will be voided. 1 will be reissued due to either a factual error or lack of sufficient evidence to prosecute. And we have already sent out the first batch of letters notifying people of the process, their right to appeal or pay the citations. And we have 3 requested appeals so far. 1 is perfected and 2 of them have not been perfected.
And another question to the city attorney. You mentioned that 1 has paid. And it's obviously important for enforcement and results to make sure 60 to 80%. I know last year was a great year, you got 20%. My question is, I thought you had said you were going to go somehow through the state office and they were going to put liens on houses or something to, whatever it be, they were going to be helpful being in the enforcement tool. Is that?
That is correct. The city has started the process to go through the franchise tax board through their revenue diversion program, which means when you don't pay a citation and you owe the city a debt, the city will send that list of people who haven't paid to the state of California, who will then look to see if any of those folks are due money from the state, and that money will be diverted to the city to pay their fines, their legal debts to the city. We are not completely through that process. We have started that process. We still have some more that the state has to do to complete that process and send our list from last year. Last year, we had 16 folks that are in that posture who will be sent to the state once we are accepted fully into that program. And we expect to participate in that program this year as well. Once we have gone through there's a whole process. You have to send letters, you have to let the appeal, there's a full process. So it takes about 60 to 90 days to get through that process.
So if I heard that correctly, so by Christmas, that's 6 to 8 weeks, that program will be in force as such?
I am hopeful that the state will have fully accepted us into that program and we can send a full list of people who owe the city money through these citations that they have not paid.
Thank you. And again, it's so important to collect for those that are breaking the law. A couple of more questions. What did the Condor security actually do and were they effective?
Yeah. So Condor Security, what they did is they patrolled areas initially where there was not a lot of firework activity, and their goal was to educate families, as you described earlier, about the new ordinance and the curfew of the ordinance. So it was an educational component. As the night got more active, they were out visually looking and identifying homes that fireworks were coming from, reporting that to us, and actually issuing citations through us. So they were participating, assisting in that fashion, but it was extremely helpful to have extra eyes out on the street, assisting and communicating with us.
Okay. And then this one might be for the fire chief. I mean, you can answer it. I thought I read there was like a structure fire in vegetation fires caused by illegal fireworks. How close were they to becoming life or property threatening? I think I saw a roof fire and a couple of vegetation fires. So how close were they becoming to having a serious, and they did not, but how close were they to getting to that level of?
Erin Gutierrez, Fire Chief for the City of Seaside. Good evening. I'm going to let Deputy Chief Blaha come up and answer that question. He gathered the data. He was out there that evening and give that report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Paul Blah, Deputy Fire Chief, Seaside Fire Department. To answer your question, Councilmember Pacheco, we had couple of small vegetation fires that were caused by illegal fireworks. And the structure fire, it was an illegal firework that landed on top of a roof. The homeowner was home, he heard it land, and the roof was basically just smoking. There was no active fire. However, we were dispatched for our first alarm structure fire.
That's helpful. And then just with the flock program, is that next year going to become much more a tool, a resource to enforce the fireworks?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll become a tool, and we're still working out some bugs because we got over 500 hits, alerts that evening of fireworks. Some of the locations we'd respond to when there was a large volume of safe and sane fireworks going off, it would alert flock that they were some of the illegal fireworks. So we had to kind of balance what was coming in. But going back to what Commander Pesconi said, I really want to highlight this. Throughout the year, as we know fireworks are occurring, we get alerted specific areas within about 90 feet of where explosions are happening. And what we're going to do moving forward is when we get these alerts in these areas, we're going to send letters to that entire neighborhood to let them know that we have received alerts on our audio detection of fireworks from your area. Please stop. And if it does not stop, that's when Commander Pesconi was describing how we would take those steps to really target those areas. We really want to work on this problem the best that we can.
Just thank you all for your hard work and diligence in helping resolve this issue the best you can.
Anyone else? Thank you. I want to start with just thank you, police and fire and the team members you guys assembled. And I know it's a team, people in the command post, people answering phones, answering the texting people back and things of that nature. So, especially Chief, for you to say, well, we can use some more eyes and ears. So to call in the private security, I thought that was a wonderful idea and worth the money. Because otherwise you'll be paying police officers to do it, or you'll be short Does that make sense? And so I appreciate your initiative in that, because I think that made a difference. That means the police officers can be where they need to be. When we talk about the number of calls, we're talking about fireworks, we're talking about loud noises, really, right? And so when you say it's an increase from 160 to 238, that doesn't mean it's more fireworks. That doesn't mean it's more displays. That doesn't mean it's more noises. That could mean just more people are calling in. Is that correct? I mean, we all see hear the same noise, right?
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, that's yeah, right. And there's no way to divvy that out at the end of the day. Because when I say I hear it from my side of town, you hear it next door, and we both called, that's not 2 calls for 2 different fireworks. That's just 2 calls maybe for the same one.
That's correct.
Okay. I do think that we should include in the recommendations the things that the city attorney is working on as relates to the process of collecting these fines. And I think part of that recommendation should be the letter sent to the property owner, not necessarily the person in the house. We got to have people that are responsible for that structure understand what's going on in that structure, and let them know what's going on. I do want to highlight that you said the drones were responsible for 32 of the citations information, so to speak. And so I just highlight that to say, when they come and they say, hey, the city manager says, hey, it's a good idea to add some more drones. We understand it does make a difference, and it's a good idea to add more drones. So I wanted to highlight that. And I think the last thing is when the mayor pro tem was getting to city attorney, when do we think the program will be implemented? When do we think it's not about collecting the money, it's about a change of behaviors, right? But when will the process be in place? So we know that we have the best possible practices to change that behavior. And so I think sometime in January or February, we should be looking towards having an update on where we're at with that program. As we close down, Chief or Commander, is there anything else you guys wanted to add, or City Manager, you guys wanted to add about the recommendations? Are we, this is a presentation, so we're not taking action, but I think unless a council member says that doesn't make sense, the City Manager would take that as a direction. Okay, any other?
Yeah, lastly, as it relates to the drones, I really just want to highlight the effectiveness of these drones. We were able to secure another drone and get another one approved for this year's fiscal budget. These are extremely effective. I also want to thank our partners at the Salinas Fire Department. They work with us. They actually work in our command post. They let us use the command post that they have. They're so helpful to us. So I want to give a big thank you to Salinas Fire. They're here helping us, and that city has the same problem times about 10. So we want to thank them and continue to develop this drone program so it's an effective way of keeping Seaside safe.
Yeah, and before I let the city, did you have anything, Commander? Before I let the city manager in, I would just say, I wanted to make sure I said, thank you, Chief, for hiring the private security, because I think that saved us money. Right. And then, of course, a special shout out, not necessarily special, but a shout out to our fire chief and her team for always being there. And luckily, things did not land on people's houses, or luckily they didn't land where a fire would take off. But I know you guys were ready and able to go, because I think I see you going around town too. Somebody around my house blew off some stuff. I went outside to chase them, but they were gone, right? So, all they left was smoke. But it's those noises are unsettling, and we will keep doing whatever we can to limit that noise harassment, I call it, in our community, because some people just don't care about other folks hearing that loud noise, and it can be detrimental to some people and animals. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This city continues to do more and on the issue of fireworks, and innovate on the issue than really any city on the Central Coast. So kudos to staff and City Council for supporting staff's innovation.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to well, I guess I would call this a point of personal chair's privilege because it's not on the agenda. So I'll come down to the well. Yeah. Well, I want to say again. Okay. Hello? Yeah, I just want to take a minute. What we want to do is just, as a council, and we want to take an opportunity to recognize someone special, someone that's dedicated years and I guess close to a couple of decades to community service into the city of Seaside. And when they were asked to step up in a leadership position within the city, they did not hesitate to step up. And that's Police Chief Nick Borges. And so, well, I guess. Come on down, Chief. It's everything. Put that over there. I guess, well, what I'm not going to do is take a long time. You know how I feel about you. And, but this is just what we all want to do as a council. And you were in charge, so your former employees, right? Right, as city manager, but I'm saying all of them wanted to thank you and appreciate you, right? And so I just took the leadership role and said, no, we're going to give them something tangible. But all of them been thanking you for the last 3 or 4 months that you've been here, and the community thanks you. So we said, why don't we just give you something that you can hold on to, if that's okay with you, right? And so this is just a simple certificate, as you guys can see. Certificate of recognition. This certificate is presented to Police Chief Nick Borges on behalf of the City Council of the City of Seaside. This certificate is awarded to Police Chief Nick Borges in recognition for his outstanding leadership, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the City of Seaside during his tenure as acting city manager. Signed, Honorable Mayor Ian Oglesby, Mayor Pro Tem David Pacheco, Council Member Alexis Garcia-Zola, Rita Burks, and Alex Miller. So we want to present that to you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you. Are you taking pictures or she taking? Okay. Wow. Right. And this is just a token of our esteem and love for you, for your commitment to this community, right? We can never really pay you. We never really paid the firefighters and the police officers what they do every day to keep us safe. But what we can do is just buy a little token every once in a while and say thank you. So this is what this is, right? This is just something to say thank you. And because it's glass, I can't read it. But that's okay, Dominique. Right. Yeah, well, I think it says the same thing. No, it really does. It says the same thing. Thank you, Ms. Shores. Right. And if you want, Chief, you can say a few words.
Thank you very much. I just first really, I get way more credit than I truly deserve. The city staff here is the reason why we made it through the last several months here in Seaside. And I just want to have all city staff, you would please stand in this room so people can actually see who you are. Please stand. It was important that we take care of people. That's something that we would hit the ground running with. And it was an honor. And for city council and the mayor to have confidence for me to do that, I'm grateful to you. Going back to the police department, I'm a little bored now. So if anyone needs any help at their job, give me a call. Okay. Thank you guys so much.
And I think the city clerk will confirm, both of them say the same things, right? But we went down, we waited till the chief left his office I think he was on vacation. And so we snuck down to your office with your assistant letting us in because we wanted to see whether he had a wall of plaques. Is he a plaque person or was he a little trinket person? And I guess we're trying to cover our bases with both. Right? But thank you so much for filling in. And then, the kudos go to all the staff members that assisted him to be successful, right? So that's really a testament to all of you that he was successful because you could have done it in a way that made him unsuccessful. And I think he understands that. So thank you. All right, we're going to move the agenda forward and get some work done. All right. So let's move to item number 8, which is the consent agenda. 8A, approved minutes from August 1st, 2024. B, approved Mayor's Youth Fund contribution request from Monterey Condors Club for a tune of $3,000. C, approve a Mayor's Youth Fund contribution request from the Village Project / the Macy Johnson's Education and Cultural Enrichment Academy for a tune of $3,000. 8D, approve a fee waiver request from the Seaside High School for costs associated with the annual homecoming parade on October 25th, 2024. E, approve a fee waiver request from the Palenque Arts Organization to use the Bruno Grande Hall and Kitchen to hold their Day of Dead event on November 2nd, 2024. 8F, approve a proclamation recognizing September as National Recovery Month. G, review and take action on Traffic Advisory Committee recommendations for red curve requests on Sonoma Avenue, Vallejo Street, and Fremont Boulevard. H, adopt a resolution approving the plans and specification of the storm drain grate upgrade project, Phase 2, appropriating $66,790.08 from the general fund to the project and awarding a construction agreement to Monterey Peninsula Engineering for amount not to exceed $521,900 and the total project construction costs, including contingency of $600,185. That's the total. J, adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the professional service agreement with Parametric Inc. for an additional design services for San Pablo Avenue traffic calming project for amount not to exceed $15,500. J, adopt a resolution approving the purchase of a replacement piece fire engine for the fire department in the amount of $1,032,072.23 from Golden State Fire Apparatus and authorize staff to proceed with a lease purchase financing. K, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a contract with Four Leaf Inc. in an amount not to exceed $50,000 to provide building and safety services to the Building and Code Enforcement Department. L, approve a resolution approving a contract for $19,995 with the Sky Element and authorizing the city manager to sign the contract. 8M, adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the professional service agreement with Wallace Group for additional construction management services for the Catino Park Improvement Part 2 Phase 1 project for amount not to exceed $8,877.75. That concludes the reading of the consent agenda. Is there any items that a council member would like to pull off the consent agenda? Is there any items that someone in the public would like to pull for the consent agenda? Yes, ma'am. Aye. Is there anyone else? Okay, bringing it back to the council. What is the will of the council as the consent agenda includes everything except I?
Move approval. Second.
It's been probably moved and second that we approve the consent agenda. Before I get to the question, let's take it out to public. Public comment is open on the consent agenda.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Public comment remains open on our consent agenda items.
I'm just curious, what is the National Recovery Month?
All right, public comment remains open. Seeing no one, hearing no one, public comment is closed. We will, who wants to answer that question? I think the city clerk has it information. Could you speak to what is National Recovery Month?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members of the public. Dominique Davis, City Clerk. National Recovery Month is observed in the month of September. And we have it on the agenda to adopt today, but it's in regards to the impact of mental and substance use disorders and co-occurring disorders that are apparent in communities. So it has to do with people just becoming more aware to be able to recognize the signs of mental and substance use disorders, and encourages people in need of treatment and recovery services to seek help.
And we have it on the agenda now because the local group wants me to present it to them during the month.
Yes,
And we don't want to, and we don't want to wait to the middle of the month to adopt it. So
Correct.
go ahead. What group was that to contact?
Sun Street Centers will be at our next meeting to receive this proclamation.
During presentation.
During presentations, yes.
Now they don't have to wait until the agenda is passed.
Right.
Thank you so much. Excellent question. And definitely we understand, people suffering and need of recovery. So we want to highlight that. On the question, all those in favor, use
Yes, just on item L, I just wanted to say I'm so impressed and thrilled that we're going to be doing our first drone show. That is on item L, and I believe that's going to happen during the birthday of the city. Is that right? Thank you. That was all my comments.
While we have someone come down and speak to that.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff. I am Dan Mewis, the Recreation Director. And yes, so this year, the City of Seaside is celebrating its 70th birthday. So the Recreation Department wanted to look at something that was a little different to highlight this great celebration that we have. So I've been in contact with Sky Elements to provide a drone show that will have 100 drones that will be customized to fill the need of our celebration of the 70th birthday.
Will one of them be the shape of a seahorse?
Councilmember Miller.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor. Will one of them be the shape of our logo?
I'm going to send them a bunch of designs and that will be one of them.
Good question. I was just going to say, where is it at? And, just give the public a rough estimate on the things that you're working on and maybe some logistics. So go ahead.
Yeah, so we will be having a lawn party like we normally do here at City Hall. The plan will be to have the drone stage at Laguna Grande Park. So that area will be off limits for the public, and then they will be doing the show over the lake. So then everyone on the lawn will be able to see the show over the lake, facing that way.
I won't worry about it now, but they won't be in the Laguna Grande Park, the public.
Public will not be in the park. Everyone will be staged or like on a lawn, like our normal events.
And will the roads be open?
Road will be open and there will be no issues with that.
Because there's no need to cross the street.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Good. Thank you. All those in favor, use the sign of vote, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. So do abstentions. Motion carries unanimously. Let's go to item I believe. Public comment is open on item number I.
Some top people right there. Okay, so the calming traffic budget, even though we know we have a budget there for 3 different calming projects, during negotiations in the enactment of the contract, it illustrates that the 10% contingency is on the contract. So why are we allowing consultants to continue to overbill us? Wouldn't that be considered a breach of contract? This particular item is coming to us because there's a 10% contingency, but we're over that by $7,000. So my question is with regards is who is looking at this project management? So is it the project manager that's looking at the finances to make sure that they're staying within that 10% contingency? Or are we just getting billed and then finding out that we're above the 10% contingency? Only because we are always struggling to meet budget. And so these are the areas that we need to start talking about who is looking at these project managements, specifically when we're talking about finances, because this is over the 10% contingencies. They already know during negotiations that there's a 10% and they're already going above and beyond that. This is a particular example of that. So I'd like to know what is the process when we are breaching our contracts and who's holding our consultants accountable for that. I yield the rest of my time.
Public comment remains open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed on item number L, letter L. City manager, you want to speak to any of those questions?
Thank you, Mayor. It's an excellent question. And my understanding, and if I get it wrong, I'll have a staff member correct me, is on page 175 of the packet. What's actually happening is our public, our citizens requested additional traffic calming design options. So it says, whereas the original estimated design cost did not account for multiple concept options for median island designs, community requested bulb outs, feedback signs, and mountable rubber curbs, or additional topographic surveys required for the realignment and extension of engineering design due to the substantial slope differences for ADA curb ramps. So this is an instance where we went out to the public. We hired a consultant to help us do the design. We engaged the public in, how best can we do the traffic calming on this road, and the public asked for things beyond the original scope of the contract. So in order to meet the public's expectation and deliver the best results, that's why this is coming back before the council. And if I got any of that wrong, somebody will correct me. If I got it right.
And I would say, isn't that a normal process? You have to sign a contract with the consultant or any group before you ask them to go out and talk to the public. And then when they talk to the public, and the public say, hey, let's do something a little differently, and it makes sense, and you guys adopt it. Is that normal?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because I found out that the hard way when we were trying to do the medians. They didn't want the synthetic grass, and that put us behind a year. So I know what. So any comments from, questions?
Just a comment and agreement. They spoken from the Traffic Advisory Committee, I believe. And there was a good number of people here at that meeting, and they did share numerous different ideas from the residents to include a stop sign towards the top of San Pablo. And I think that's part of the process they came back to, but it initiated with the traffic advisory and I think there were 15 or 20 people here throwing out different ideas to improve that service area or that street.
Anyone else? I thought, it was understanding the concerns and understanding the question, but it was just blatantly said that it was a breach of contract. And I just want to make sure that it wasn't a breach of contract. This is the normal thing, that it was adjusted because of the needs were changed.
Yes, because our citizens asked for more. Okay. The engineer is doing more.
What is the will of the council?
I move to approve.
Second.
It's probably moved to second. It already been out to public comment. All those in favor use the rugged sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Ayes have it. Any nays? Abstentions? Ayes have it. Motion carry unanimously. Yes, I'm getting word that it's time to probably take a recess, a break. All right. Let's take a recess together again on the sound of the gavel. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, when they're trying to get me. Very cool. They were like right back here.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
You can really self-clear.
You're still with us. I mean that.
Come back from recess, item number 9, public hearing. 9A, Fire Station 2 project design update, adopt a resolution certifying the initial study, mitigated negative declination approving the Fire Station number 2 project and adopting the mitigated monitoring and reporting program for the Fire Station number 2 project and authorizing filing of notice of determination. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Gutierrez will guide us through these two items.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, members of the public and city staff. Mary Gutierrez, Fire Chief for the City of Seaside. This evening, under public hearing, we're going to do this presentation in 2 parts. We're first going to do the project design update for the fire station, and then we will do the environmental portion. So just a little background before we start, to bring everybody up to speed. In September of 2021, I was commissioned to do a fire station location study to determine the best location for a second fire station to serve our city, have appropriate response times, which we hope to have in 4 minutes. And that was determined to be at First and Giggling Street. On March 17, 2022, we hired RRM Design to do a conceptual design of this fire station, and then a design look was determined. In 2022, we sent out to RFP for consultants for environmental and design and development. We hired Rincon Consultants to do the environmental and RRM Design for design and development. In October of last year, just before the holidays, we had about 60% design and development of the full design. We had some conversations at the time, and we actually did some value engineering of the fire station to see what it would cost to have a modified fire station that was a little bit smaller. And then we talked about phasing the fire station project, because back in 2022, our council approved a full design, which included a fire station with a community room to serve our public, which would also serve as a training facility for our fire department because we don't have a training room. And it would also serve our greater Monterey Peninsula Fire Departments for a training facility. And it would also include a community parking lot so they can have events and public events. It also included a fire department training ground so that we could conduct training, because our Monterey Peninsula does not have an adequate training facility. And in future, a tower. So what we did is we decided to phase this project because of the cost, and see what it costs to build a fire station. This is the essential component for delivering emergency services to our community. And then throughout the years, we could phase in the community room, training room, and the training grounds. Also, we learned as we went through the design process, there was considerable cost in doing the grading for that site. We overcame that by taking the station and moving it a bit. So tonight, I'm honored to introduce Michael Scott of RRM. He is the principal of the architectural company, and he's going to give you a brief overview of that station. Fully engineered, value engineered, has a project schedule, and if there's time, talk about some costs and answer questions. And then I will invite Andy Sturbins up for the environmental portion. And we have Megan Jones, Managing Principal of Rincon, here tonight, and Eileen Mahoney on Zoom. We have a great group of people, and I thank them for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Gutierrez. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, staff. Thank you for having us back again. And thank you for the direction and guidance you've given us in the past for such things as the character of the station. I do have some imagery up on the screen to walk through the original proposed site and floor plan layouts. And then, as Chief Gutierrez noted, some of the phasing discussions we've had and the proposed pieces. We wanted to look at what was the immediate need for this public safety facility, and then what was the future need for the facility, and identify those and show those. First, as we look at the site plan, the original layout has the fire station on the corner
with an apparatus storage building in the rear. And from the very beginning of the project, many fire departments, including this one, need to store their apparatus and keep it safe and out of the sun. And instead of building a large 4-bay wide fire station at the expensive cost of that construction, from the very beginning, we have a pre-engineered building in the back of the station that's storing some of those non-first out apparatus. There's reserve engines, but keeping the first out apparatus in the station where the firefighters can respond and call. So that was just a good cost savings decision that the fire department made from the very beginning. So that's that square towards the back of the site. The upper portion of the site, labeled training area, has the box in the middle is a future training tower that was always intended to be future, but the original plan was to have a large concrete pad in that area for the apparatus to move around and do training drills, driver training, and have that be part of the initial phase, along with community parking that was on that northern portion related to the community room that I'll show you on the floor plan. As we look at phasing the project, in order to bring the costs down, we're looking at making that training pad, large pad of concrete. And as Chief Gutierrez mentioned, the thing we found with this site is the site costs were some of the high pieces of the cost estimates that we were receiving. And so by phasing that into future, that allows us to focus our dollars on the station needed for the immediate response. Along with that future parking area could be phased as well, placing some public parking down towards the bottom portion of the site. Still maintaining the apparatus storage building and maintaining all of the original layout areas so that all of these pieces can be added in the future as funds come available. So the original floor plan is color coded there with the red portion of the apparatus bay, the orange portion of the support area, and then the cooler colors is the living areas of the blue, purple, and light blue being the office areas. And then that green portion is the community room and the lobby supporting that. The important to note for firefighters is because of the carcinogens that they face in fighting a fire, when they come back, we call that the red and the orange areas, we call the hot zone. And so we've placed some yellow zones in between there that protect the place where firefighters live from any of the air from the vehicle exhaust of the fire trucks, and cleaning opportunities there so that nothing is brought into the house side where they live. So this is the original floor plan. And the floor plan following shows areas where we looked to propose as phasing options. And we did not reconfigure the station. We tightened our belt a little bit in some spaces, but there's areas in the front where future offices could be added. A couple offices were set that could be phased in the future. Future dorms, we're still going to make sure we have enough 5 dorms that would serve a regular firefighter crew plus an ambulance crew or EMS crew. And then we are also phasing the community room on the front side. That community room, if you'll notice, the lobby has a large window right next to it that can be converted into a door, and that community room can be added back on without interruption to the fire service. So if they're in and operating and funds come available and that wants to be added, it's designed for that to be able to be added back in. Thank you again for your direction as we looked to the chosen character of the station included brick and some plank siding with curved roofs that would follow the flow of the surrounding dunes and vegetation. This is what the original layout that has of the front of the station, and this is with the reduced offices in the front and the community room space set aside for a future community room removed in this rendering. So it shows the character. We're maintaining the same character, same look, but setting this up for a phased approach. And I'm available for any questions before the initial study discussion.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
like three, I believe. And this is for my education, I guess. The original plan calls for dorms, I believe. And the recommended plan does not have dorms, but sleeping account. What is the purpose? What was the purpose of the dorms? Or if I saw that correctly?
Sorry, that may be semantics. They are, sometimes we call them bunk rooms or dorm rooms, but they're an individual bedroom for one firefighter. And then across the hall, there's an individual unisex restroom that gives them, so we have gender equity and so there can be privacy. So there's no change there. It's just the number was reduced.
Good. And then, as you mentioned, I believe that the original plan for community room in the revised plan shows no community room. Is there a staff meeting room or a conference room? Because I know I believe the fire department has a lot of training programs to keep updated and bring other people on. Is there any space or any accommodations for those trainings, or I just didn't hear it or see it?
That's an excellent question. The office space are specific to offices. There is one in that blue area. There's a small a room that acts as an office but can act as a small conference room. And then as part of this change, we did look at if you look at the purple area on the screen where the dining room table and the kitchen island is, that's like a great room kitchen dining area. We've added a presentation screen like we have here so that firefighters, when they're doing their shift change, can use that as a conference room at this time. But there's no set aside large conference room.
So just to ask, what I've seen or been told or presentations, there's a lot of training in the fire department because of services and they bring people in. Are we meeting those needs of that station by having a half-baked, lack of a better word, training session when it seems training is a really important thing with the fire department and fire departments across the peninsula?
I think I may let the chief answer that.
So we put a lot of thought into where we can make our modifications and adjustments and have those essential areas. And yes, a training area that's dedicated to training that is not in our kitchen would be beneficial. At this time, we converted one of the offices to a small conference room, which would hold probably up to 8 to 10 people. So we've accommodated, but not a large one when we did the reduction in the value engineering.
Will that meet the needs of your department, or that?
Will not meet the needs of our department when we increase our staffing, and it will meet the needs for one company in that station. So no, it won't meet future needs. But as you see where it says future offices, that's where we can do the conversion to have a larger conference room there.
And then the revised plan calls for no training area as far as an outdoor venue. Is that a negative impact? And is there any training areas, I assume that there is, on the peninsula that our firefighters go to for that training element?
The council made a wise decision when I presented a year ago. Currently, the fire department uses the Army's training facility, but they can only do that off duty or on overtime because it's outside of our first due response. We can't meet our response standards. So currently our fire department does not have a training facility. They're very, very innovative in using our city commercial buildings and alleyways, and actually use public works. And they absolutely need a training facility to meet our needs. And even currently, we're working on our ISO rating, and that's one of the values that's lacking a little bit. So they're modifying, they're making it work, but they need a future training area, and look forward to that.
So tied into that, Monterey PG, do they have that same issue as far as training, or is there a collaborative programs where you all go to wherever, MPC or wherever, as a training facility for the peninsula as such?
All of them they try to get over to Jill Lloyd Way. Over the Army has a training facility, but it's typically used by the MPC College to conduct the fire academy. So it's used on a regular basis. And they've had to work on a contract with MPC to have that area. So most cities on the peninsula, there's no training grounds. So we're hoping to add value in our community for the peninsula to have that training, to host training, to bring revenue into our city by renting out that space. And we wouldn't build the tower initially, but we need the grounds, we need area, we need the geographic area where we could put connexes. You can do a lot. You can build towers, 3-story towers out of connexes. We actually have a connex with no location to put training right now. So we're looking for a place to do training in Seaside because we have 2 companies right now. And we run about 32,000 calls a day. So they have to do it on duty, be ready at a moment's notice to drop everything, leave some of the stuff behind in a safe place and respond to calls. So having that training grounds that's safe and secure and available to them in their first due is very important.
This is probably my 2 largest concerns are because of the amount of training that you all do inside, as well as bringing in the Monterey or PG. I've seen you up there with them. Is that conference room as well as the training area seems that's a concern. Is there any thoughts? I'm making this up, but like a portable, like you have over here, where you can have a training on a temporary basis until funds are available in the long term, or is there any thought to that? Or
Yes, there is. It's a great question, Mayor Pro Tem. As I said, we did purchase a connex. And working with the city manager or Will to see if they have any property in our city that we can put our connex on. We bought training props that are stored in the backyard right now, still in bubble wrap until we find a location. So we're working diligently, our training staff, our division chief's deputy, to find a location, at least put that connex. And then that's going to be modified as a building to put some of our other props in and have training. So we're working on that. They're innovative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Just had a couple of points. I wanted to center us back on what's on the agenda, the certifiedness, this declaration that to move forward with what we have. The reason why we have the revised floor plan is because we don't have the money for the original, right? So we need to be clear with the public about what's going on here. We would love for you to have all of these things that were taken away and future plan. We would love for that to be in this initial plan. And I'm not talking directly to you. I'm just talking in general. We would love for that to be there. And I think you guys did a great job of making sure that they can be added on as the public has the money to do. But right now we did the best job we could. We thank you guys for value added cutting away. And I think it's still functional. City Manager, what is your thoughts? We got into, what was missing, and we never really talked about what was there.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things really on the agenda this evening. There is the initial discussion of pulling some of the cost out of the project and having the council understand what stage we're in, and there are certainly future opportunities to consider how can we add in some training facilities. And then the broader issue on the agenda is the environmental for this site. And so what we're trying to do is bring the council up to speed on what it's starting to look like, and can we put it on this piece of land? And the answer is yes, we can put it on this piece of land if the council approves the agenda item. So what it will ultimately look like is yet to be determined through further design development. Did I get that right? Because we're not yet at construction documents.
Correct. We're at design development phase and thank you. Yes, we have still the construction document phase to go. And sorry, I stopped early. I do have a schedule that I can share. The orange bar, which is exactly for your question, that is the construction document phase. That will then bring us, following that, there'll be another cost estimate to just validate where we are, validate these value engineering changes. And then at that point, the blue or kind of purple bars there show us right around June going into permitting and working with the building department to achieve permits. And that puts us at following permitting a couple rounds and then bidding right around October with a start of construction happening in November of 25. And so that would be if the city chose to follow that schedule.
Sure. Thank you. And again, the next part of this agenda item is really the most important piece tonight, because there's still time to work on the design as we get to construction documents. I would challenge the design team to think about, how can we have some power for this building. I happen to be a firefighter these days, and we have a small tower, but just the ability for us to practice ladders and let's throw a 35-foot ladder, or a 45-foot ladder against a tower, go up and down it, move a hose up and down it, put smoke in it, and see how that works is really important. And it's not a particularly expensive. It's not an exorbitantly expensive piece of design. It's concrete block. So I would challenge the design team to think about how we could add some basic training capability into a building that we occupy.
Pretty clear. Thank you for that. Yeah, and so imagine we didn't have any costs associated with where we did. Well, it's two things, because as we go out for the public, I just want to be clear about the original cost and why we had to back away from that and do this cost engineering.
Yes,
and then the rough cost of estimate now. And the rough cost, but I want the public to understand what you started with and why you don't have everything in this building that you think from the original design. And so what was that cost?
Just to explain where the cost came from, we brought in a third-party outside cost estimator that now that the drawings are at design development level, they're able to count every toilet fixture, every stud. We still haven't done the full details yet that we do in construction documents, but there's a lot more information on the drawings for the cost estimator to look at. As we've seen a lot of escalation in the last 2 years, the cost, the overall, just to clarify, this is the overall project budget for the fire station, which includes all the soft costs, the construction contingency, all the permitting fees, everything. That brought us, the estimate we received back from our cost estimator was 28 million. And looking at that, then escalating that out to per this schedule, that would bring it closer to 30. And so as we did, and what we are, part of that is we are tracking fire stations that have been very recently bid by contractors, and we're seeing fire stations these days bid out at about $1,500 per square foot, which has gone up dramatically, through these last few years, and still, we still continue to track that escalation, which is why waiting adds cost. And so the value engineering changes brought that down to about 25.5 million.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So I think the next part of the presentation is the environmental.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. This is Andy Sturbens, Acting City Engineer. Can we go to the other, or go back to the original slide deck? And it works. Okay, so about a year ago, you saw me up here at this podium asking you to hire Rincon Consultants to do the CEQA initial study for this project. As Chief mentioned, the project sits at the corner of First Avenue and Giggling Road. The project is going to take about 2 1/3 acres. And over the last year, Rincon has done the CEQA initial study. The initial study is as required under the California Environmental Quality Act. Excuse me. It's anytime the city takes on a project of a certain size, we have to make sure that we don't have any environmental impacts as a result of doing the project, and we mitigate for those things that we change. The draft report was circulated for public review in March. The review period closed in April. We received very few comments on this report. The response to comments were drafted, reviewed by staff, and mailed to the commenting agencies at the end of July. What did we find on the initial study? We're lucky in that this particular site at the corner of Giggling and First Avenue doesn't have anything on it, and it looks like it never did have anything on it, which is very strange for Fort Ord. So we have a relatively clean site, very few utilities, very few trees, and the trees that are there are tucked into the corner of the property, so we're not disturbing the trees with the new building. There's one special status species found, Monterey spine flower. It occurs all over Fort Ord, and we have enough room on the site to mitigate that by taking the spine flower and moving it to the corner of the site, which is not going to be disturbed. There's no offsite mitigations required. Even driving the fire truck through the big intersections, there are no traffic impacts that we have to mitigate for. And most importantly, the CEQA initial study is not for a small subset of the project. It is the full build out. If it takes us 20 years to get the last stick of the tower built in the training area, we've still studied for that full project. So the mitigations required are straightforward, or I should say are all inclusive. The mitigations required are predominantly for construction impacts, noise control, dust control, traffic control, monitoring anytime you disturb soil, because you never know who might have been there 300 years ago. And then the special status species, every time you go out to disturb a vegetated area, you have to monitor for your special nesting birds and your special status rodents and your special status plants, and you move them out of the way as needed, and you build your project. So there's nothing particular about this site that's going to require an expensive mitigation. They're all normal construction. The comments received were from MBAR, the Air Board. There's asbestos cement pipe used on Fort Ord. They said if you find it, you have to bag it and treat it appropriately. DTSC wants us to, Division of Toxics and Special Controls wants to make sure that we test the soil before we haul it off site for disposal. But nothing there that's over and above what you'd find on any construction site. So our recommendations to close out the CEQA process, we'd like you to do is open a hearing, accept public comments, close the hearing, adopt the resolution as recommended, which includes approving the mitigated negative declaration, approving the mitigation and monitoring plan, directing staff to file the notice of determination, and approving the project in its entirety. You're not funding it. You're not telling us to build the whole thing, but to approve the project in its entirety so that the CEQA will stand for any phase of the project you build in the future. And with that, I would take questions or allow you to open up for public comment.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Before we get started, no, that's fine. It's good. Before we get started, just ask the city attorney, the recommendations in the agenda is clear enough, correct?
Yes, you are being asked to.
No, as opposed to the ones that's up there. That's all I'm saying. Which one you want us to refer to?
Either one. I mean, I think usually I like to mine the agenda.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. All right, thank you. Public comment, well, the public hearing is open. Public comment is open, public hearing is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Hi, Mayor, City Council, Linda with the Homeless Commission, Linda Cunningham with the Homeless Commission, but I'm here speaking as a person. Well, I think both designs are beautiful. I wish we had the money to do everything. I'm hoping the team that's finding this money from the federal government, whatever we're paying them, as long as it's less than $3 million, I think we're getting a good return on investment there because this looks like they might have found us $3 million, $2 million for the bridge and another $1 million for the well. I think that's a great, I'm sure we're not paying them $3 million. So that, as the mayor pointed out, it's a good decision. I believe up in this area, much like the Hyatt, it's very dark up there right now, and it'd be really nice if there was dark skies, friendly lighting at this facility. It's much safer. There's less shadows. They are finding with dark skies, friendly lighting, there are less accidents because people aren't tripping over things because your eyes can see better with the dark skies, friendly lighting. And I would hope that we could ensure dark skies, friendly lighting for that building because it is dark up there, and it'd just be nice if that just stayed dark. And I hope the Hyatt, the Grand Hyatt would be dark skies friendly. We were just on a trip and I was hoping to see a meteor shower out in the middle of nowhere, and the stupid resort had so many lights we couldn't see shit. So it's a new travel thing. People are hot for dark skies. We have dark skies. I think we should preserve it and really work towards being a darker city so we can have a reason for people to come here to look at this stuff that's happening in our skies at night because it's dark. I love that this Monterey spine flower is going to be transplanted. I'd love to know more about the Monterey spine flower. And again, it's a beautiful building. I'm very grateful for the city. I did not see any charging stations for any of the firemen to charge, or fire people. I'm not sure what term they use now, to charge their cars in that parking lot. Maybe there are chargers planned, but people need to be able to charge their cars where they work. And I think that's a great opportunity to provide that benefit to our fire personnel, that they can charge their car while they're at work. And they don't have to find a charging station in a city of 30,000 people with 11 charging stations. We have 11, 8 over at Tesla and 4 over here at the library. It's pretty sad. We need to really be starting to focus on getting these charging stations, close that gap so that only homeowners don't have electric cars with charging, but that everybody can charge. And it'd be great for Seaside. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful building. Whoever designed it, it's beautiful. And I'm looking forward to seeing that beautiful building in a few years. Thank you.
Okay, I definitely understand the impact, financial impact, and why we're changing the design, but we are approving for the whole project this evening so that we can continue the progress in phases. My question is with regards to the square footage of the dormitory that the individuals will be sleeping in. What is the square footage of that? What is the dynamic on the beds, the spacing on the beds? And I asked for that because when we talk about work-life balance and mental health, the REM sleep in firefighters is very important, especially when they're out for several hours and then have to come back and sleep and wake up. It's a jolt. And so that is concerning when we are talking about square footage. Also, when we talk about economic growth, the training facility, because we don't have one in the peninsula, is something that should be held at high priority because we can be the staple city and bring that, not only that here locally, but bring other agencies that could potentially pay us to utilize our facilities. So those are two areas of concerns that I would like this council to take in consideration when we are moving forward, opening that area up and what we're considering, as well as the parking in the future. Are we thinking about solar parking in that area, which will complement nicely with the last speaker speaking about charging stations? And then climate mediations. Have we thought about that during the discussions of construction? What are we doing in order to mediate any climate issues we may arise in the future or even now? I yield the rest of my time.
Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Public comment remains open. Seeing no one here, no one, public comments closed, bringing it back to the dais. City Manager, were there any questions, issues, or concerns that you can answer?
I would hope that we can answer the questions on climate mitigations and the design of the dorm rooms.
So really excellent questions and comments. First, I'll address the dorm rooms. So the new health and safety standard for all newly designed fire station indicates all the things that our public was talking about. We have individual dorms. Obviously, if we've seen through the pandemic, sleeping in the same common, and we have a name for the dorms, but it's a big dorm. We all have beds in the dorms. You all sleep together with a little partition. So during COVID, we were very, very challenged with health and safety for our firefighters. And that's why we moved half of our firefighters to Oldermeyer more than once. So it gives you that privacy that you need, whether you're a male or female, for dressing. So we separate. You have a place to have a locker and change. You have your own bed. So they're now individual dorms, and we've moved away in the industry from these large dorms, a lot of beds like the military would have. And they're adequate. There is a health and safety code about how much space you need. So it has a little desk. And then very gender inclusive restrooms that can be used by everyone. So you have a little cost savings. I've worked in cities where every dorm has its own restroom. That's a luxury. It's like a hotel. And the lighting, it's great that we talked about that, because not only around the fire station, we're taking into consideration that dark skies, friendly lighting. It's even more important at the training tower because you have higher lights because you have a tower. I'll let Mike talk about that a little bit. And we're taking all those climate things in consideration, and taking in consideration, we have our neighbors. There's military housing there. So we want to be very conscious of how we come into the station when we respond with lights and sirens. You don't need to leave a station with lights and sirens for every single call. Only when there's a vehicle that you need to move. So at nighttime, because we have neighbors, even now we're very conscious of not blasting our sirens and horns for no reason. So we're taking all that consideration. So Mike, I'm not sure if I missed anything about lighting. And yes, we have charging stations in the community parking. I don't know the number. And we do have electric charging stations in the backyard for our firefighters. So not sure if I missed anything.
Chief, you did a great job. All of those things are 100% true. We do have charging stations, both public and for firefighters. One thing I did want to mention on the dorms, it's a great question. Firefighters getting a good night's sleep is very important. And that's why we do have now are in individual bunk rooms that have one bed, a desk, and some lockers to store their items. One thing that we also make sure is that when a response goes on, we make sure the lights don't just come on really bright and shock them out of their sleep, but lights come on with a low red light that comes up, and it helps them be able to go and recognize there's a call, but not have that shock happen. And we also make sure that the dorms have good soundproofing within them so that they can get a good night's sleep and not have noises from maybe somebody snoring next to them or somebody who's awake in the day room. As far as the lighting, we definitely will have any light that would be on the outside of the building would be down lighting, and we put them on geosynchronous clocks to make sure the fire department controls when they would shut off at night. But I think Chief Gutierrez did a great job answering the other items.
Well, for me, I'm not sure, everybody said it's a great question, but I thought the question went to what was the size of those rooms? And there, you talked about how wonderful they are, but what's the size of the room?
I'm very sorry about that. The rooms are 10 feet wide by 12 feet long, which houses a 7-foot long single bed and a desk on one side, and on the opposite side are their lockers storing their items.
And that's a minimum standard, that the question went to, is that the right space? Is it too small or too large? So that's what At the,
In my opinion, doing fire stations for 25 years, that's the right size space for an individual firefighter to have privacy and not feel like it's too small.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you. What is the will of the council?
Make a motion to approve this agenda item.
Second.
And included in that motion is the approve the recommendations as an agenda.
That's on the agenda, not on the board.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
Any questions? All those in favor, use the record sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions, hearing none, ayes have it, motion carried. Okay, thank you so much for your work and we appreciate the thank you so much. Go next to item number 10, business items. 10A, approve the Seaside Stars Ad Hoc Committee recommendations for the 5 recipients and authorize the city manager to execute the contracts with FMG Custom Concrete. City manager.
Mr. Muse has this one and the next one.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Dan Mewis, Recreation Director, and we're here to talk about the Seaside Stars Ad Hoc Committee recommendations and for the 5 recipients of this year's or third cycle of our Seaside Stars program. Just a little bit of background, Seaside Stars program was approved by the City Council back in February of 2022. The goal is to honor those in Seaside and that have made significant and lasting contributions to the city. The first class was installed in February of 23. We had 6 honorees, and then the second class was in March of 24, and we had 7 honorees at that time. So our ad hoc committee for this cycle was with Miss Annalisa Mitchell, who's the chair. We had Franco Pacheco, Francoise Avery, Emerson Brown, Joy Anderson, and Ruthie Watts, who made up our ad hoc committee members. We did have a few more that were initially selected to be on the committee, but they did have some conflicts, so they did have to take a step back for this cycle. So for this year, this cycle, the application process opened on March 1st. It initially was set to close on March 31st. We did extend it because we had a little bit of a delay getting the posting out to the public to let them know that the application period was open. So we extended for an extra week. We received 14 applications, and at this point, we will be have 5 recommendations that are being forwarded to the council for approval. And for those of you that remember during the budget cycle, we did have $50,000 in the original budget, but the council decided to pull $5,000 off. That would take the recommendation back to 5 instead of 6, which we did do in the past. So I just want to remind the community of what our new stars look like. You see, we have the new blue stars with the emblems for each of the recommendations for the honorees. We have outstanding achievement, community and social equity, athletics and competition, arts and literature, education, government and civics, and I'm sorry, environment and conservation. Sorry, I can't read. And yes, journalism and literature. Sorry, my eyes are. So this year's nominee recommendations are Iwako James for Community and Social Equality. We have Lee Toller for Community and Social Equality. Maxwell for Community and Social Equality. Reverend Dr. Herbert Hoover Lusk Sr., Community and Social Equality. The Bakewell Company for Outstanding Achievement. So looking at the map here, you can see where these stars will be potentially located. All of the orange stars will be for the 3rd cycle. And that will really, what it will do here is we'll have the bookends on each end of the street. You can see the blue stars are the title stars, and then we'll be adding one new one up at the top, kitty corner from the other, the title star, and then one down there at the bottom across from Mr. Edward Star. And then we'll be adding one approximately in front of Monterey signs, which would give us one in the middle from the original title star down at the bottom of Santa Barbara. So we'll be filling out that street. So the cost for this year, the plaques itself, just for a reminder, one 14 by 14 plaque. It did go up $40 from last year to $6,122. 5 plaques will cost $30,610. And so then that leaves the balance in our account for this program for $14,390, which those funds do go into planning the event and all the costs associated with our celebration that we have for the community. And as I stated before, there's $45,000 allocated in the 24-25 budget. So the action for the council tonight is to review and approve the ad hoc committee recommendations for the 2024 recipients of the stars, for the installation, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract with FMG Custom Concrete. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Council member Garcia.
Thank you for the presentation, Director Mewis. We have 8 categories for our Seaside stars, but we're only using 2: community and social equity and outstanding achievement. I agree. Every one of the people listed here are deserving of the award, but we're not being. Was there a reason why we aren't? There isn't more representation in the different categories?
If with the amount of applications that came in, I will say that the number 1 category, that's the one that keeps coming up. Those are the nominees that are being recommended. This class, the top 5 recommendations, they were all within a matter of 2 or 3 points. And then from there, it dropped down into, about 5 points difference between 5 and 6. So really, this is what the community nominated, and this is where the ad hoc committee felt that was best suited.
Is there a criteria to at least have 1 nominee from each category?
That is not one of the criteria in the policy.
So everyone just falls under the category of community and social equity for this class?
That's what the nominees were came in.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so much. We'll take it out to public comment. Public comment is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
I think this is great. I think we've overcame the budgetary issues that we had with our first class. We're here with the same amount or one less amount than we had the last class. My only concern is I know that we opened this up to the community to vote and bring those individuals in, but perhaps we can have more of a robust marketing effort, pushing it out to the community so that we can have those other areas touched upon. Not to say that community is not bringing forth individuals that aren't deserving, but perhaps it hasn't reached all of our community to know about this program in the future. So I'd like that. And then also, there was no mention about when these stars are going to go in and when we're going to have our annual event with that. I know that we talked about we didn't want it during the rainy season, and that usually happens at the beginning of the year. We are now in August. So if we can get a fixed date on when that's going to happen, perhaps the discussion tonight can give us that fixed date moving forward so that we avoid those rainy seasons when we're putting down the stars. And congratulations to all the winners. Phenomenal, specifically Mr. Bobby and Dr. Les's late husband that have been markers in our city for years, and to have them be recognized is amazing. I yield the rest of my time.
Hello, Mayor, excuse me. Hello, Mayor and the City Council of Seaside. I want to say thank you, number one, for having this opportunity to acknowledge the citizens of Seaside in a real forever kind of way. I was born here in Seaside. My family was born here in Seaside. Some cousins and grandchildren are still here. I went through the public school system, Noche Buena, Fremont, Patola, Seaside High, MPC. I just want to say to you that at the time, and we're talking a little while back, because I'm here to represent or acknowledge Lee Toller. Lee has been not with us for about 20 years now, but he affected this community like no other. Everybody loved him. He was just that kind of a man that had a concern about Seaside citizens and the whole Monterey Bay. Extraordinary person. And thank God for you being able to recognize him. Because in a personal reason, you can't talk about Seaside if you can't talk about Lee Toller. He was just that extraordinary. He made sure that we went to school. He made sure that we had tools. He made sure that we stayed out of trouble. Monterey Seaside Police Department and him was on first name basis because he was helping some of knuckleheads be able to do something different with their lives. Extraordinary. And all the confusion at the time that we were being raised, he mastered that. Even when some of us went to prison, when they got out, he was there for support. What a wonderful thing. And real briefly, I think at one time there was a culinary school out here in Monterey that he made folks like us go to who had criminal records. What a wonderful, wonderful gentleman. All the parents knew him. He was safe with them. He wouldn't lie to nobody, especially for folks like us. He just wouldn't. We had to take responsibility of our actions. I just want to say thanks again for recognizing Lee Toller. What an extraordinary man. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the members of the council, Mr. City Manager, Mrs. City Attorney, the City Clerk, members of the public. My name is Mel Mason, and I'm also here to speak about Lee Toller. I was privileged and proud to be the nominator of him. And so, not to be redundant and repeat the remarks that were just made, but Lee Toller, if you mention his name to anybody in this community that's been here for a while, the first thing that comes up is Young Adults for Action. And he created that organization. And we're talking about late 60s, throughout the 70s, part of the 80s. And his goal was to basically reintegrate people who had been incarcerated back into this community. And the success rate was phenomenal. I mean, I could stand here for days talking about people that I knew, who went through the Young Adults for Action program and how their lives were changed. He saved lives. He saved a lot of lives. And I don't know if Larry Mosley is online. You said he's going to be there. Okay, I won't talk about him. I'll let him talk about himself. But Lee had done, when he started out as a custodian at what was then Portola, later King Middle School, junior high school. And I think some of the faculty were jealous because he had, in many cases, a stronger relationship with students than they did. Because he was their counselor. He didn't mince any words. I think somebody had said once that he was doing tough love before there was even a term for it. But he was trying to keep young people on the straight and narrow. And just a vast majority of the ones that he had contact with actually did do that and credited him, for having changed their lives. He received the then Governor Ronald Reagan's first ever Governor's Creative Citizenship Award. It was a big day in Sacramento for Lee on that one. And then he decided that he in later years was going to do some stuff for the public defender's office in terms of getting people who were basically drug addicted, did not do violent crimes or anything. He would get them off by having relationships with places like Delancey Street. Some of us may know of that place. And he ended up putting something like 40,000 miles per year on his car, driving from prisons to jails where we had people from our community located. He would take people off to the side and stuff and tell them, you're going to change your life. Otherwise you're going to be dealing with me from now on. And so we had a man here who I wanted to make sure, and all of us wanted to make sure was recognized. And we think that he is incredibly deserving of this award. And we thank you very much for having approved it.
Larry Mosley, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Donnie and Mr. Mason spoke well in terms of Lee Toller. I was one of the young men that Lee Toller saved. I grew up in Seaside from kindergarten until I left Seaside for school at UC Davis. I was one of the knuckleheads that Lee saw something in me that I did not know was there. I came out of Seaside High School with a C- average, and Lee hired me. I worked for him for 1 year. Ray Pecunier, the director of prisons, gave the young adults fraction a free clearance in all of the prisons in the state of California. I rode with Lee for many miles, and Lee kept telling me, sucker, unless you get you an education, you'll always be the man's boy. Lee and Jane Van Hook, the legal aid society attorney, found a scholarship open at UC Davis. I did not think I was going to be able to go in because of my poor academic record. I went through Davis in 3 years with honors, graduate school at Occidental, went back to Davis for doctoral work, and then teached at San Jose State at the age of 23, went to work for IBM. And from IBM, I spent 30 years there, ended up here in Nevada. I've served on 2 governor's cabinets as the director for the Department of Employment, and at the same time worked with the director of corrections, again, from my experiences with Lee. Ray Pecunier was a big supporter of Lee, and the late Colonel Alan Griffin, the, again, owner of the Monterey Peninsula Herald, was one of our biggest supporters. But I would like to tell you there are so many young men and women that owe their lives, as I do, to Lee Toller. I was in Washington, D.C. when Lee passed, and I flew back to be with him on his final days. I tell this story to generals that have been on my staff and people wondering, how did you come from the streets to corporate boardrooms? And I tell a story about Lee Toller. So I ask of you, please consider Lee. There's no one that I can think about that's more deserving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais, what is the will of the council?
Make a motion to approve 10A and then on the second.
Second. The properly moved in second, on the question.
Just obviously, this is a really good class of wonderful people that have done a heroic efforts throughout the Seaside history. You know, this, in my opinion, this city does a lot of really good things for the community. But the last two cycles of honorees, to hear the people speak that are awarded and to hear their children speak that have been recognized, it really touches the hearts of this city. You see the city unifying, coming together. You have speakers here tonight that are gone out of the way. We have the E. Walker family, I believe, here as well. Mr. Maxwell is here as well. I think this program changes lives. And I heard Herman Edwards, who has won countless awards. I mean, from All-American to, I don't know, Super Bowl champion, second place, obviously, but it made an impact in their lives, be it alive or in their past. And these people that you see here tonight and their relatives that have come back to see their stars, that touches lives. We have Mr. Garcia in 20 or 30 years will be getting a star for all his work as a goal, as something to achieve to. And that makes our children want to work towards something. I think the city starting this under this administration is significant, is huge. And the impact of 6 stars at 5 stars or 30 stars at $30,000 is like a drop in the sand. It just, and I saw Mrs. Lust, and she is here. When she got her award, it was huge. Plus Carlos Ramos and I can go, and Helen Rucker. It was heartfelt, it was meaningful, it was significant, and it was memorable. Those young people, my grandkids, saw the awards last year. 10 years from now, they're going to see people getting awards. For the history of Seaside, this program hopefully will be part of Seaside because it does change lives. And that's what, when we do good things, we change people's lives for the better. And I just can't be any more proud of this program, these honorees, than I am tonight and seeing this happen. So thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? I would just say that, I think the Mayor Pro Tem said it all, really. I just had a good 30 seconds to it. I think I know everybody on there. I had the pleasure of knowing everybody except Mr. Toller. And so, but, when my icon comes down there and speaks on his behalf and other individuals, and then the individual from Nevada, you just know what he did. And so but I heard his name before and heard what he's done before. And I just, I think I missed something, right? I missed something, right? Because I'm sure I could have took something from that attitude, but hearing you guys talk about it, I'm going to take something from that, right? But everyone else, I talk to Bobby all the time, so I know him day to day, but the rest of them what I mean is we're lucky to have him. That's what I'm saying. The rest of them, the Bakewell company is the company, and they, they're somewhere else. But Mr. E. Walker James, I knew him, had the pleasure of meeting him and all the things that he did. And he's definitely was a good person and a good man, and always was, I remember him because he was bringing music to our lives at the time I met him, right? Making sure that we kept that in our community, besides the Yellow Jackets and all that. But when I met him, he was making sure that we brought music into our lives here as a community. And then, I was definitely privileged and honored to have known Dr. H. Luss Senior, be mentored by him, and I live with that every day. So but this is this is what the community wanted, and through that committee, and I think the council tries not to be in the mix of who they pick and who's nominated and how they go through their deliberations. So this bubbles up how it bubbles up. And so I say that in a way where the other categories is not that, they're being slotted. Those people are not being nominated for whatever they do in those areas. And maybe we can highlight that individuals in these other areas should be brought forward. But I think it came to me now what's going on. Those individuals, you will see a consistent thing about the community and social equity because they touch lives with their hands. The musician or the school teacher necessarily, or the journalist, that's a different type of touching. And if it motivates you enough to nominate someone's art, someone that gave their life to science, or someone gave their life to journalism, and I forgot, you got a degree in that, right? I knew something was going on there, but it's important, right? And so I'm taking your thread, which is how do we hype that there's other people in this community that are working, their tails off to be the best in their profession, and they're most definitely should be recognized for that. It's not just people that worked in for the best of community or this this category, community and social equity issues. But that's for us to promote better and just let people know that all these other categories, environmental, they're just as eligible. But if names are not turned in, it's definitely not our responsibility to say, well, someone has to be recognized out of this category, because it's not about categories, it's about the individual work. But I know it's people that's making a difference in people's lives that are in the science realm, in the environmental, and the sports realm, social justice, all the other categories. So I think it was well done. The committee made their decisions. So what is the will? Well, it's already been, so on the question, no question. All those in favor use the regular sign vote, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Absence, abstentions, no. Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you so much. Let's go to item number B, receive update on the City of Seaside Car Week event. Mr. City Manager.
Dan again.
Thank you again. Before I get on this one, I do want to answer a question that was brought up to the public in the last item about the date of the event. And we are looking at right now, as soon as we get that contract routed and signed, it takes about 6 weeks to get the stars built and put in the ground. So ideally, we're looking at our event happening end of October, and we've penciled in October 26th.
What is it? A tentative draft rough date? Because it depends on when the contract person gets, not only get the contract, but when he calls you and say everything is right.
Correct.
Because I know last time we had some misspellings, right? So we want to, that's what, my only point is, we're not rushing, right? We're going to get it right. And I know that's your attitude about it. So thank you.
Correct. All right. So thank you. And now we're here to talk about Car Week. So we are going to give a quick update on our car weeks that we have in the city of Seaside, which will all be on Saturday, the 17th.
Are they all on Saturday?
On Monday, and I'm going to get into that. It's part of the presentation.
Okay, I'm just, all right.
So we have 4 Seaside Car Week events. We have one that just occurred on Monday, on August 12th. That was from Porsche Monterey, the classic Porsche event. It was on Del Monte, and it was from 4 p.m. to 8. Saturday, we'll have a trifecta of car shows. You can start with the event here at City Hall lawn at 8, Concours de Le Mans. 8 a.m. till 1. From then, you can walk right on over to Broadway and see those exotics, which will take place from 1 to 6. And then up at the golf course, we also have Concorso Italiano, which will be going on all day from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. So a little recap on the event that happened on Monday, Classic Porsche. They had about 3,000 people in attendance. They had 350 cars on display, and their feature car was a factory 917. There was only 30 of them made, and the value was $20 million.
Was that the one on the,
I have a picture.
okay.
Attendees were able to immerse themselves in the world of luxury sports cars and explore the stunning collection that was displayed in the lot on the street. And I do want to highlight that Seaside or Porsche Monterey did have a silent auction, and the proceeds will be going to the Seaside Police Activities League in the tune of $8,000. So you see the picture on the left, that factory 917, $20 million car. And then you have an aerial shot of what the event looked like as well.
I was in that room. I don't remember seeing that one. Okay, all right.
So we're gonna keep on moving, and we got the concourse de Le Mans. We'll be here from 8 a.m. till 1. They're anticipating about 2,500 in attendance. You're gonna have 150 cars on display. You'll be seeing some mobilization here tomorrow with the setup. They will have some security overnight just to make sure that their setup stays safe. And they are providing their own restrooms and dumpsters. There is no road closure associated with this or any other city services. We're having parking available at City Hall or the Laguna Grande lots. We'll have food, apparel vendors, and just fun for the family. As stated earlier, this is where you will see some of the best of the worst cars of Car Week. So it'll be a fun morning. Then we have Concorso Italiano, at the golf course, the black course from 8 to 4. They're also anticipating 3,000 plus individuals. They have 800 cars on display up there. This is a private event. They have their own security. It is fenced off. They will not be needing any services from the city. The general admission tickets are $300. We do expect heavy traffic on General Gym throughout the day up there. And just in advance of that too, that is where the shuttle will be for exotics. So there will be that intense traffic up there. So exotics on Broadway. This will be happening on Broadway between Del Monte and Fremont. And then we will be closing the southbound lane of Fremont as well from Clementina to Amador. They're anticipating 25,000 plus individuals on our city streets during that time. So last year, they said they had over 30,000. So last year was a pretty big number. They are expecting similar. They'll have 200 to 300 cars on display. Last year, they said they had a total of $400 million in cars that were on Broadway Avenue, which is, that's a lot. So there will be some very expensive cars. And I was told that they will be unofficially breaking the Guinness Book of World Records for the most hypercars in one show. In order to get that certification, they had to go through a lengthy process. They weren't able to, but that is something that they are proud to say that they will have that unofficial title. So the road closure will be on Broadway. They'll be starting at 12 a.m. and it will go until 9 p.m. We closed the road down a little bit earlier this year so they can start the mobilization, setting up the fencing, the barricades and everything a little bit early. So that way, when their main staff shows up early in the morning, they can focus on the actual event setup and not have to worry about the vendors and managing all of that. They will have 40 to 50 vendors, stage, live music, entertainment, and there will be a VIP tent area. So some of the preparation that the city did for exotics was Public Works went out there and gave Broadway a nice little makeover. They pressure wash the sidewalks. They did that last week. They did the street sweeping, they cleaned the planters, they trimmed the bushes and the trees where they could to really kind of give it a nice little look. When it comes to the communication for the event, letters were sent out to the residents and businesses. We held a Zoom meeting for the businesses for them to ask any questions of the event organizers. We've been doing social media posts and multiple press releases. Exotics is pushing out messages as well. We have, I don't know if you've noticed it, we have our big message board signs that are already out on the streets, already notifying the public on where the parking is going to be. And we did do a lot of work with Lolar. They assisted with a video for Exotics. They did a lot of our press releases and our traffic and media release as well that has been being pushed out, kind of just notifying the public. And it wasn't just for Exotics, it was for all of our car shows, making everyone aware that there will be heavy traffic in the city. When we talk about the public safety for the event, with 25,000 people in one location. We want to make sure the safety of our citizens is important. Seaside PD will be having 6 dedicated officers at the event. The parking team will also be in circulation, making sure that we don't have cars parked in the alleyways or blocking other residents as it was in the past. The Exotics team has contracted with Code Ford Security, so they're going to be having 15 security officers throughout, and they have also increased their staff itself to 40 people. So there will be 40 other staff through Exotics that will be out throughout the event. And there will be security up on Eucalyptus as well for the shuttle. Fire will be providing on-site first aid. They've created an IAP, an incident action plan. The drone team will also be in effect. And they've also worked with Salinas Fire through the PD. Will be out with the paramedic unit just to be there just in case. The police department has also put together an operation plan, and the command center will be right around the corner at the courtyard. So response time will be fairly quick if there is anything going on, as it is just right around the corner. This is the map for Exotics. You can see the way it's laid out all the way down to Broadway. All those little individual rectangles are the show cars. You can see the red stars as the security. We got the VIP tent and the Exotic staff. One new thing this year is that they are going to also be closing off movement of the vehicles at 1:30. So that means, like last year, cars were coming in and out of the show throughout the duration. This year, 1:30, hard stop, no more cars coming in or coming out. So they won't be able to leave. Once you're in until 5:30. And 5:30, they're going to start, some individuals may be able to leave depending on where they are. This is a map of where the shuttle will be going. They'll be doing a continuous loop all day long. Parking will go all the way up the Eucalyptus Road. The shuttle will meet right there at the corner of Co and General Gym, come back down. It will drop off right in front of Potter's Electronics at the bus stop, and then they'll go able to use the crosswalk to go right into the show from there. And that concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dominique, can we go back 2 slides? Or sorry, Dan. On Fremont Street, last year, 1 lane was opened,
Yes, the northbound lane going up Fremont is open.
but coming down.
It's closed from Clementina to Amador.
I'm not suggesting a change or anything. This is fine. I just want to note my observation from last year was that the cars that are traveling down that road, because there's a big car event, they are more excited to spin their wheels, to speed, to be reckless. Just note to the police or whoever that on Fremont Street during that, because we're blocking off only half the street, when I was there, I felt a little uncomfortable because the cars that were traveling down Fremont were more aggressive than I'm used to. That was my only comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia Zola.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Mewis. For Exotics on Broadway, are we gonna have a city booth or are we gonna have a presence there?
Presence will be through our public safety, as fire will be there with a tent, but there was no request for a city booth.
Because I think last year, was it? We had something going on, part of the city. I think it was our downtown Seaside Creates. It was open, correct?
Seaside Creates was not open. I think the 1 year they did use the Seaside Creates building as like a staging office for the exotics team. But I do not think that we had it open last year.
Gotcha. I'm just brainstorming because at the beginning of the council meeting during the Seaside News, there was a call for the community members to fill out a survey. And if we're getting a lot of people from the community out to these events, it's a perfect time to get some input from the community while also enjoying a community event. So that's just something that we might want to think about for future events. I love that we have an incident action plan in place. This is an event that draws 30,000 more people, and every year I hear more people talking about it. It's on social media. So it's gaining traction. And I think if we want to keep it family oriented, we need to ensure the safety of everybody and ensure active communication. And I do appreciate the DUI PSAs that we have been putting out, because Car Week is a very heavy time where people feel like they're in Fast and the Furious. And we got to make sure that we're implementing safety and assurance to our community members. Are we publicizing more parking traffic updates for nearby neighbors in Seaside? Like, I want to see more social media outreach, letting community members know in both English and Spanish, these streets will be closed. Bombard them with as much information, because you know that at the next council meeting, someone or people are going to come here and say, I didn't hear about this. Why wasn't I notified? It just happens. But we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, letting them know ahead of time, and just pushing the information out there as much as we can. And I think that's pretty much all I have for you. Again, thank you. This is a really great event. Again, uplifts our community, and hopefully once the Grand Hyatt's here, Seaside continues to grow in the automotive industry. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one. I really like the idea of locking down the activity area, car area between those times. But we also, as Councilman Miller pointed out, there's wannabe racers on Fremont Street. I'm sure the police are aware of that, and they're going to be monitoring those areas during that time frame. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Good job. Thank you.
Councilman Burks.
The only thing I noticed last year was, again, it's probably to Chief Borges, is a lot of our residents were getting blocked in. Like, so people are trying to park as close as possible, blocking driveways. So I'm just assuming that there'll be additional like parking, checking on our neighbors so they're able to get in and out if they're not participating. Thank you.
Okay. That's it. Thank you. So for me, it's pretty, you guys, this is our third time, I believe. So some of these things have become a routine. So it makes sense, like the other one said, that you start earlier in the morning so they can get there and get ready to go. Could you say again what time they're supposed to stop the cars from coming in? Is that you said 1 or 1:30?
1:30 is what the organizer said.
Yeah. But what time does the concourse, Italiano start or end?
That event goes from 8 to 4.
8 to 4. All right. Because I know normally they bring the Ferraris down after about 12 o'clock, after about lunch. So they like to come. They like to come about 12 deep. About 12 rivers come down deep. They come hard. So hopefully they'll make that time frame. That's my point. It's they want to be part of it, and so we want to make sure. Okay, that's just a personal thing. I like the part about what you call those cars? They're called, the Guinness Book of Record is called
It's the hypercars.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, they're hypercars, right? So, it's good that they're trying to make that a record. That'll keep them on the map. Then, my real concerns is the parking on Eucalyptus. Is there some type of security? Because I'm thinking about break-ins, right? You know, cars parked all the way along there. At a certain point, it'll just be, cars, right? And so I would just ask that we provide security for that dead end road, right? Not just, hey, it's like a parking lot, no big deal. We should have someone go down there because people will try to take advantage. Just FYI. And then is the private security, I guess this is for chief, right? Is the private security enough? Is those 15? Because the 40 is different from the 15. That's why. So is the 15 adequate to really because are they paying your 6 officers? Are they paying your team?
Yes,
Okay. All right, but is the 15 adequate in a sense?
I believe that's consistent with what they had last year, and it was effective, and that's something that we agreed upon. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. If you're comfortable, then that's yeah. What? Go ahead.
Will the roofs of the buildings be monitored as well? There was an incident or an event not too long ago that had people in the roofs.
To me, that would be up to the owners of the buildings. But if anything does get out of hand, I would assume that our police department could address any potential issues that may be occurring on the roof.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, code enforcement. Roofs are not made for, what is it? What? Yeah, right, live loads, but they're not made for observations, right? Okay. All right. And then I guess my last thing is, we got better last year, but cleaning up afterwards, right? Just that, making sure our streets are clean. After that 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I think last year, me and Mayor Pro Tem, we was there a little long. We were there till about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and it looked okay, but we just need to make sure that the trash is picked up before citizens come back to their normal downtown in the morning, want it clean and presentable. Okay, I think that's all the comments I have. Public comment? Public comment is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no members of the public have come forward to make public comment on this item.
This public comment remains open. Public comment is closed. I think it was a lot there. The city manager, the police chief, and the recreation director has enough information and enough direction to make it another wonderful event. And I'm sure there'll be some after action report where we can get rough estimation of from the different departments, the challenges, the issues, the concerns, and like Council Member Garcia said, even that outreach during the time. I share the concerns, I think, with the public being close to, the cars moving on, the commuters that's just going through handling their business. I think we did a good thing last year. We had the barriers that blocked them off, right? And just take a look at those type of things when nobody crashing through or somebody going too fast right? So just, you guys take a look at that, because we have a lot of people when you turn a corner on Fremont, and then a lot of people walking down Broadway. And I think they even had someone helping cross the street at the stoplight, right? Okay. All right, thank you. Let's go to next to 11, council members' requests. Follow up on previous requests, city manager?
I am unaware of any requests that require follow-up. But I'll double check with staff tomorrow.
Okay, okay. And then the next time if we hear that, then we can chime in about the things that we put into the hopper that may have got lost. So we'll give them opportunity to find those out. Item number 12, city attorney, city manager, city council, and mayor's comments, reports on committee assignments. City attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I was lucky to attend the National Night Out, which was hosted by our police department. It was a wonderful event, and I enjoyed myself very much at that event. And I also was lucky to attend the Porsche event on Monday night and saw all those wonderful cars, although I missed the $20 million one.
I think we all did. Because I got a picture of a black car in that same spot.
There was a really cool green one on the back of a trailer.
Yeah, but that wasn't 22.
It was the $20 million one. Thank you.
City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I received my business card today, and it has, I did, and it has my cell phone number on it. So I'm gonna tell everyone what my cell phone number is, so you can call me whenever you like. It's 831-717-7602. That's 831-717-7602. You can also walk in City Hall, don't need an appointment, and walk in the office if you have a question or comment, or I can help in any way. And then I have an assignment that I didn't know of until I attended this very meeting. And the mayor caught me checking on something. It's because I forgot the name of the vice president I voted for in 1984. Because up on the screen, there was a Reagan Bush thing, and Mr. Curtis was, proud, I presume, of participating in the landslide. But I was in 1984. That was my first time that I could vote for president, and I was just a college student in Illinois. So I joined with, I think, 66 other people in Illinois, and I voted for Mel Mason in 1984. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find a 84 Mason Zimmerman poster. I'm going to provide it to Mr. Curtis. So the next time he zooms into this great city, he has the right poster on the wall.
Thank you.
I can't top that one. Council member Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I was born in 1984, so I have no idea what Mayor was talking about. Last night we met, AMBAG met. We talked about our arena numbers and our projection growth forecast for the city of Seaside. They've been in communication with our staff, and our staff does agree with their projections, which is nice. And looking at our housing numbers. And then I went to National Night Out as well with the city attorney and the council. And also today I had lunch with the bridge project with Mayor Pro Tem. And that is a rehabilitation and attic services. So thank you very much. That's all I have to report.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks.
I've been busy launching another school year, and proud to say that all of our Seaside principals are very active and engaging our community. And I too was able to participate in the National Night Out.
Councilmember Garcia-Sola.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first and foremost, it's great to be back. Thank you all for being patient with me. It's been a rough couple of weeks and full of uncertainty and scared of the unknown, but we're back, we're here, we're focused. And I want to thank my colleagues for checking in on me every step of the way. You guys were amazing. Your phone calls, your text messages really made a difference. To staff as well, thank you for your outreach that you've done to me. And shout out to Chief Borges, because every case that was coming my way or inquiry, he was on it. And I know he had a lot on his plate and he was taking care of the city, but again, a true leader doesn't let his team down. So thank you for picking up some of the work that I might have left behind or assignments I might have left behind. So I appreciate you in that sense. And the only event I attended was the National Night Out event. That was my first one out, and I look forward to hopefully being at Exotics on Broadway on Saturday. So let's have fun and let's enjoy the rest of this ride. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I attended the Fossil Park cleanups at Mescal, Neal, and Veda Parks. The committee efforts and the residents' efforts make a difference in the neighborhoods. Attended National Out, wanted to congratulate Jeff Williams for his leadership, his organization skills. It went very, very well. We attended the final week of Sunday Blues for the year. I was there with the mayor. It was a great turnout of Seaside residents, Peninsula residents, tourists from out the area as far away as San Jose. Music was good throughout the series, and I just think it's a good thing for our residents and tourists, and it just unites the community. Attended the senior dance for a bit today at the Oldemeyer Center. Good turnout. Seniors enjoyed the wonderful food, dancing, etc. And attended the Porsche car show with the mayor. It was a great event showcasing lots of Porsches and the city of Seaside. It celebrated Seaside too, and I think that's always a real positive thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start off with the, I guess, the Blues in the Park was another huge success this year by our rec department team members. And I know Mr. Mullis leads that team, and they do a lot of good work to include the our custodians that are out there cleaning up the poop and straightening everything up early in the morning. That team comes out there about 7:30 in the morning when the regular folks don't get there till 1 o'clock. And so I wanted to say kudos to them, Seaside staff members, especially Mr. Ted Black for leading that charge. And then a special shout out and thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco for his passion on trying to make sure everybody has a good time out there. He consistently does that year after year, week after week, trying to make sure everybody, all of our guests are tended to, they feel comfortable. And because I was minding my own, I'm gonna tell a little anecdote, minding my own business, and someone had a dog. We try not to encourage dogs, but nowadays people bring dogs everywhere, right? We love dogs, we love cats too, right? So the thing is, the dog was one of those big dogs, and the person sat down, and it was just, a big dog can't control itself, right? So it was moving around, and it was disturbing the person in the lawn chair next to them. And I don't know if someone said something to the Mayor Pro Tem or he just took it up on his own, but I watched him, tell the dog owner, do you mind going to the back, because your dog is bothering someone else, someone is allergic to that. And that's something he didn't have to do, right? And he just took it because he's that type of person. So I want to thank him for, again, making sure that we have good music, everybody's having a good time, and everybody seemed to have a good time over the last 5 weeks or so. So it's a wonderful thing that we can do for them as we are able to do it. Me and the Monterey Mayor Williamson, again, we had the pleasure to speak to the intern cohort from the Panetta Institute for Public Policy about our careers and how we got to be leaders in this community. The student bodies are the presidents of all the 24 universities, CSUs, and it's maybe like about 4 or 5 days before they get on a plane to go to DC and get their sights and sounds of DC. So I want to thank the Secretary and Sylvia Panetta for asking us to do that, and for their decades of work on making leaders out of those individuals. I attended a Water Master meeting. We're talking about how do we raise money to fund the need to better protect the Seaside Basin. How do we raise money, really, how do we raise money to buy water to put back in the basin, right? To make sure we stave off seawater intrusion. And we're not sure exactly what the mechanism is just yet, but all the parties, that's what we're talking about. And we'll see if we can make that forward. Attended the North Salinas Monterey, North Salinas Mosquito Abatement District meeting. They did sign off on our paperwork about tax implement money, right? So that went forward. I want to thank the youth and the young adults from CPY for making a special presentation this evening and for their work in making a better Seaside, especially their president, director. I'm not sure her title. What is share executive director? Yeah, she's the CEO, executive director of CPY, Ms. Hastings. But I want to thank her for her dedication and consistently. If you think about it, they are the only one that comes back and say thank you. And she never forgets to have them do that. So I want to say kudos to her because it takes, that has to remain something in her heart. So we appreciate her for doing that because we love those kids. Then National Night Out was another success. I want to thank the police, fire, and all the people that tabled that were there. Our citizens really enjoy it. It's a way of seeing all of those nonprofits in our community. Sheriff Department, Probation Department. I want to thank a special shout out to the DA's office, DA Pachoni. Yeah, right. She was here and she could have chose any other of the. It happened in all the cities, right? So she could have been somewhere else and probably somewhere else closer to her house or closer to her work, but she chose to be out here with us this year. So I want a special shout out to her and the work she's doing. I attended the Porsche event, another wonderful event. I would just say for Car Week, I think the council is going to have a wider discussion about how we approach Car Week and how we promote Car Week and how we can expand our understanding and participation in Car Week and not just look at it as an individual application from these different events, right? Right now, I think we're just saying they come down there, take out an application and pay their little fees and we just let them go. They're putting on shows, they're putting on events for guests. And if they're going to do it in our city, I think we need to take a little bit more hands-on approach, particularly as we gear up 4 to 5 years from now, like the developers, the Grand Hyatt says, they purposely put in wide bay doors so they can entertain the possibility of having shows up there and not just Car Week shows, but actually just me, auctions and everything else, right? That's one of my first jobs when I got here is guarding the cars for the auction at the Marriott, right? You talk about $1 million cars, right? That's $1 million cars, right? But I just want the council to think about that because it'll be a discussion maybe, next year sometime as we wind up and particularly as we have our after action review, how can we coordinate better with them to bring that to our citizens? So that is it. Let's move on to a closed session, item number 13. I would ask that the city attorney read us into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Council will have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Property in question is 705 Broadway Avenue, Seaside, California. Agency negotiators, city manager et al. Negotiating parties are Coldwell Banker and the City of Seaside. Under negotiation, the price, terms of payment, or both. They will have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Property in question is commonly referred to as the campus town property. The agency negotiators are the city manager et al. Negotiating parties are KBB, Seaside Venture et al. And the City of Seaside. Under negotiation, price, terms of payment, or both. And finally, they will have a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 on 2 matters of potential litigation. For the benefit of the public this evening, I do not expect there to be any actionable report out of closed session.
Thank you so much. Public comment is open on our closed session items.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Public comment remains open on our closed session items. Seeing no one, hearing no one, public comment is closed on our closed session items. We will move into closed session.